Dave, real quick, we're live, so I'm going to drop you off, and then we'll start like you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm very happy to present two remote viewers that I believe have never been seen before on a live stream. So this is the first ever between Lyn Buchanan and David Morehouse. So with that, the usual welcome to the live stream, everyone. And I think the first person I'm going to introduce needs no introduction other than my slow hands selecting some music to welcome them. So I just want to offer a warm introduction to legendary remote viewer, Lyn Buchanan. All right, I'm going to keep playing this. I also want to introduce everyone. I'm like slow today. David Morehouse. All right, sorry you had to suffer through that because it's only as fast as my slow old hands can move. So, and then there we go. All right, so how you two doing? It's been a while.
I'm glad to see Dave. I haven't
Good to
seen
see
Dave.
you, Lyn. I don't know why my own the only thing you're seeing of me is like from my eyebrows down, Sean. What's up with that?
Oh, that's because I have this nice little banner. Branding, David. Branding.
Yeah.
Here, I'll move it down so we can see more of it.
No, it's up top. It's the up top part, so I can just.
Yeah, but I'll move it. I'll get rid of it.
You move.
Where are we?
Oh, that's all.
Yeah. You don't want to sit. You don't want to sit like stooped over for the entire episode.
I can go down hard. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. That's it. Yeah.
So when's the last time you guys saw each other?
Oh, I think like 34 years ago.
I believe so. Yeah.
34 years ago. And not for
Seriously?
any, it's been that long. Not for any reason other than we just lives in different directions and purposes, and so it's good to see you, Lyn.
All right.
Good to see you. I tell you.
Yeah.
Just
I
two
still
legends.
find pictures of us standing outside your house every once in a while with Dennis Nagy and all those other dudes that were from New York. Remember that?
Yeah.
So when's the last time you guys I'm going to start asking questions from the community soon, but I just want to ask, tell us a little about like your interactions with Ingo Swan.
Well, I never met Swan when I was in the unit. I met Swan when I was out of the Army, living in New York, and basically sleeping in my office in New York, at 54th and Broadway, and in the Actors Reps building there on the 3rd floor. And the person I was working for was who also was the agent for Lyn's book, knew Ingo very well, and so probably every weekend, we would walk over to the Bowery and spend several hours or an evening.
Oh, great.
With Ingo.
Yeah.
And then I did, a bunch of remote viewing sessions with him. And just because I think he wanted to have somebody that came out of the unit to be there with him to do that. Yeah. He didn't see a lot of us, at all.
No. I was not lucky enough to get remote viewing sessions with him. I would visit and we would just, talk about his pipes that he was having trouble with and his health and all this other.
His pipes? Did you say the pipes in his house? He was out in his.
The pipes in his house, they were always just leaking and everything.
I fixed all 3 toilets. I fixed 3 toilets. Yes, I did. Ingo, if you're going to be there, and taking up space in his place,
you're going to put you to work.
Some function. Yeah, you weren't going to just, be there for free, as it were. No.
Did you ever get any of his paintings?
I saw all of his paintings, even the ones I wish I didn't see.
Did you get any of them?
No.
I couldn't afford any of them.
What would I ever? I wouldn't hang them on my wall if I did. But I mean, it's an acquired taste, as is all art.
Yeah.
But
what's that? Exotic erotic, something like that?
That would be putting it into
more
like nightmare erotic gay stuff, which was, serpent penises wrapped around a guy. I'm not going to go any further. They'll ban this live stream.
To each his own, David.
Exactly. I mean, that's where I was with. I didn't care. I did take a Marine boxer friend over there one time, and that guy was pretty sweating. He was.
This is my artwork here in the background.
Yeah, Lyn painted that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's that's not like a picture. It's not it's a landscape painting. Yeah.
Did you really paint that, Lyn?
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously? I mean, is it that big or is it small?
Well, it's much wider than you're seeing on the screen here. Yeah, it's a whole panorama. Yeah.
Well, you have a talent.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's probably why he's a good remote viewer, right? Because he can, like, an artistic sort of.
Well, he wasn't that good of a sketch. I can remember that.
Yeah. True.
True.
You have to see some of his sketches, though.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Tell you.
Lyn, you were telling me a story offline about a remote viewing session that Dave did, where he was like trying to speak Spanish or something. Can you tell that story?
Yeah, the target was this. It was in a sealed envelope, so neither one of us knew what it was. But it was this boat, a little fishing boat, and on this lake there had been another boat had sunk, and so all these fishing boats were out looking for the sunken boat. And there was this guy on the prow that was leaning over, looking down into the water, saying, "Go left, go right, go left, go right." And in Spanish, because it was, forget where it was. And izquierda, derecha, izquierda, derecha, left, right. And Dave was saying, scared, Richie. And he was actually hearing the actual words of the guy saying, "Izquierda, derecha," you know, and
Oh, wow.
and
I speak Spanish.
listen,
so
that
that-
is a good session. Yeah, he's good.
I speak Spanish. No, I'm not good. People today are far better than any of us ever were there, in my opinion. You know, our students today that we train
Oh yeah.
are far better.
Oh, listen, I've got some students that could run circles around anything we did in the unit. Yeah.
Well, that does my heart really good to hear you say that, because you realize there are a lot of egos still afloat into that whole
Oh,
process.
yeah. I
Who
know.
will turn around and till the day they die, try to keep making everyone think that they were all that.
I am the correct remote viewer. I am the
Yeah.
one who did it
I
wrong.
was the first one, or I was this, or I was that. It's like, you know, I keep telling people that the entire historical record was right there in the safes.
That's
And
right.
all any of us ever had to do was go pick them up and read them. And I was pretty bored when I was there quite often.
Yeah.
So I'd pick them up and read them. So there's, you know, I know what everybody did and what everybody didn't do. And
Yeah.
it's
You know,
just
it's
so
got me that,
ridiculous when these people stand up and try to,
Yeah.
you know, it's like they think they're in a greyhound race or something. And
Oh, I know it. Yeah.
people
The
buy
one who-
into their story about how far ahead from everybody else they
I
were.
know. Yeah. The one whose initials are the same as his first name has always said that he trained me in remote viewing and that I couldn't cut the mustard and all that. I was already trained and had become the trainer when he came into the unit.
Yeah, there have been some that have claimed that they were my trainer as well, and
Oh yeah.
which I will turn around and say absolutely they were not, and you know they just weren't. So I don't know why they think that that's important to say that.
Egos.
But, yeah, I know, but I still don't understand it. I mean, look what we could have done with this if everybody had put their egos aside
If
and
we had,
stopped counting the number of years that somebody was involved in something or wasn't, and just
if we had cooperated instead of competing,
yeah,
you know, there's
big
no telling
disappointment
where we could be right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big disappointment for me,
Yeah.
and will remain so. You know,
Dave was never in on this competition, and I tried to never be, but I would post things, and all of a sudden I'd get all these attacks. You know, one time we had 24,000 people do an ARV session over in Ireland, and it was successful, predicting the stock market for the next day. And so I reported that on the internet, and immediately some of the others came back and said, well, that was not officially done in a laboratory and all that. You know, like you're going to fit 24,000 people into a laboratory.
yeah. Well, there was also, I don't know what year did you do that?
Oh,
you remember?
Oh, shoot, that was
you had two sets of
years
people
ago, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, there were two sets of people that back in the early 2000s. One of them was, was Ed's former spouse, who got with the new guy that she was with, and formed a hedge fund that actually got money, and then started telling everybody that they guaranteed 13 to 15% returns using SEC all of their highly trained remote viewers. And the SEC, too bad the SEC was not so diligent with,
by that time I was ignoring everything on Facebook anyway, so I didn't know anything about that.
They came after them and shut them down pretty quickly. And I'm sure that the fines were heavy, and I don't know if they got any prison time or a big conviction. It would have been a felony conviction, though, for doing that without a license and collecting that money from individuals and making those kinds of claims. But I don't know what happened. That whole operation just kind of dropped off the map. But then almost either simultaneously or right on the heels of that, some kid who was actually, I called him a kid, he was younger than me, but he was doing a radio show.
Okay.
And I had been on the radio show with him, and he was one of these individuals that claimed to have come out of Stanford and claimed that he was actually tested as a Stanford student at SRI International. I don't know whether that happened or it didn't happen. It would have seemed to me to be impractical for that to occur. But these were the starts of these things, as you know, Lynn. Like when we came out and made the deliberate connection for all humanity that this was a protocol that anyone could learn, that anyone could apply so long as they adhered to the rules, and that it would be life-changing and improving for humanity and individuals and collectively alike. But as soon as that happened, then everybody started dropping out of the woodwork and trying to jump on that and start using the term remote viewing as the catch-all for everything from, tarot card and,
the legal terminology and all that came from Ingo to me. And I had it for a while, and I was trying to enforce all these woo-woo people who were coming out of the woodworks to, not call themselves CRV. And pretty soon it wound up to where that was such a, goat screw, that
that's an official Army term for those that don't know.
Official Army term, that I finally just gave up the it's not a copyright, what is it, on the term
trademark or something,
trademark on the term CRV and the methodology itself too. But
Dave loves when psychics come in and call themselves remote viewers. It's his favorite thing. He's just he's a big fan of that.
I really do.
Remote viewer is kind of like martial art. It's a generalized term.
It really gets my dander up. I mean, there are 72 different known or at least stated variations of what you call human phenomena or ESP or whatever you want to call it. And remote viewing is not a catch-all umbrella term up at the top that all the rest of them fall into. So you're a psychic medium, and you're calling yourself a remote viewer. I'll stop the tracks just like that. There was a Navy SEAL.
The problem I have with that is that somebody who's experiencing some psychic phenomena in their life, and they come looking for it, and maybe they're good at dowsing, maybe they're good at something else, and all of a sudden says, "Oh, you're a remote viewer." And so they get on the internet and all they find is these remote viewing courses, not dowsing courses or whatever they're good in. And it's leading a lot of good people astray. It
is. Yeah, it is very much so. And, there's a Navy SEAL out there. By the way, if you're listening to this, SEAL, thank you for your service. But, this guy had a number of courses that he was referring to himself as a trained remote viewer and talking about his use of remote viewing in combat. He's since changed that on the outside of it to say intuitive, combat practices, which before you buy his book, read the review of some of the people who worked for him as a contractor. As contractors, there's a couple guys at SAS, 22 SAS that worked, and one of them wrote a scathing, 10-page review of the book. Talked about the guy's leader. Not the point of the story. The point of the story is that when cornered by a very devoted investigative journalist who was doing an interview with him, said, "Well, where did you learn remote viewing?" And this guy would not back off. He would skirt the question, and then the interviewer would come back and go, no, I mean, how did you learn it? And it eventually got to him making this on-camera admission of, well, I wasn't formally trained. I didn't, he didn't say I didn't participate in a unit. He just said, I wasn't formally trained. And then the interviewer said, well, where did you get this? Where did you pick it up? Oh, you know, here and there, read some books and picked it up. Okay, folks, that does not make you a remote viewer.
And is this guy's name Michael Jacko?
Yeah. Not Jacko, it's the seal that.
No, it's like J-A-C-O.
Yes, Jaco.
All right,
I haven't heard of this one. Yeah,
Jaco. Oh,
so
if you go to the guy's website, I mean, he's not a guy you want to, you know, try to get into a shoving match in the. There's a lot of human growth hormone and steroid going on there, and I just don't want to mess with that.
One of them wrote one time to me that, or he wrote on one of the lists that he was in the unit and that he was the leader of the unit and all this other stuff. And I wrote back and I said, this guy's lying, you know. He tried
everywhere like that.
Oh yeah. He tried suing me and everything. And he wrote me a letter saying, I'm going to sue you. And I wrote back and I said, bring it on. I've got proof.
Yeah.
You weren't in the unit. You're lying. Yeah.
I'll ask the question, David. You don't have to answer it, but isn't that kind of how Psychic Warrior came about? Because like somebody had asked you to vet some of these stories of a particular person.
Yeah.
Is that the same?
The book was originally being written by Jim Mars, and he was going to publish it under the title of Sci Spies. And I was at the initial meeting with him, and it was Ed, and whom, you know, I don't know how you feel about him, Lynn. You can ask. I'd like to hear your thoughts. But Ed, I didn't think was a strange cat when he was in the unit. I mean, I know a lot of people didn't like him, and I know that he had some quirky personality traits, but
he was that strange in the unit. But,
but I liked the guy, and I mean,
I did too. I still do.
I do. He practiced yoga, you know, had this amazing, you know, go out into the woods and train with a big rock, you know, kind of thing, and spoke fluent Mandarin Chinese, read it, wrote it. A physicist in his own right. Both of his sons, Enoch and Aaron, now are graduate physicists. So smart guy, and not prone to analytical overlay, as we all could be on certain times and certain sessions and targets, but a really good, well-grounded guy and a really good friend, and a guy who was so hopeful for things, you know, hopeful for humanity, and such a good, you know, he really loved everybody in the unit. Well, there were two girls he didn't like in the unit, but you know what that was. But he didn't, but he was a good guy. But where we were in this is I was asked, because I knew the book was cranking along, but I was a battalion XO and getting ready to take command of that battalion as an interim commander for an undetermined amount of time until the actual commander, who is now the Secretary of Defense, came in to take that battalion from me. And I got a call from Sandra, and Irma, I think, was her partner at that time. And they asked me to come to New York, and I did. And when I came there, they said, look, we really are having some trouble with this.
Publisher,
we don't think this, well, it hadn't even been to a publisher yet. They were still just waiting to see the manuscript. And they just didn't believe, Sandra just did not believe what she was reading in there. And Jim was taking everything that Ed was telling him, but Ed was being told by that person that became his spouse after Chris. And that person who we were talking about earlier was just, you know, feeding and telling him what to say and on and on and on, because I just never saw Ed as some sort of a self-aggrandizing, you know, exaggerator of himself in some way. I just never saw him do that.
But it was just like things where he would just walk into a room and everybody would snap to attention or something like that, which is normal in some units in the military, but
not in that unit, and not for the operations office.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So we might liable to throw something at him, you know. But he was he was writing it like that, or having Jim write it like that. That
I have to.
Ed was in charge of the whole thing, and when he walked into the conference room,
Oh yeah, he was training me, or and he never trained me.
Yeah.
And I have to keep telling myself every now and then that you can like somebody without liking what they do.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
that's how Psychic Warrior came about, actually, is because they just turned around and canceled Jim's book. They just said, like, we're not going to represent this.
Yeah.
It's too late for you to start all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question was, well, how about you, right? Tell your story.
Yeah.
And that took, because I was an active duty Army officer, and that, on good days, I will say, oh God, I didn't even put my microphone down. You guys probably thought I was talking out of an oil drum. I'm sorry.
Oh, you sound much smoother now, but we could hear you. Still hear you loud and clear. Nice little smooth. It's like smooth jazz.
This is my, my broadcast mic. So I had to do some real soul searching on that. Yeah. And on good days, I still think that I would make that same decision. And on bad days, I'm thinking, why the hell did I do what I did? Because it cost a career and other things. But, I did it for a reason. And I don't regret that, except on really bad days. Sometimes, once in a while for 30 seconds or so, my thoughts might go back to, like, why couldn't I have waited till I got out to do that? But the timing just seemed like it needed and had to be done. And that's Sean, to answer the question, that's how it got written. And I hate that title, by the way, but I didn't have any choice.
You tell me every time. You tell me every time I mention it.
I hate that title. I really do.
All right. Let me, poor people have been waiting, or probably I'm probably a massive backlog of questions, but all right. So I'm going to start with a question that somebody had, because I have like a Google form and nobody ever fills it out. So there's one guy who filled out 2 questions. So I'm going to reward.
Is this the decline effect? I think I saw it over there.
The decline. No, you won't see. This is the only one you will not see, because it's on my,
I'm happy to answer that one if you want me to. I've answered it before.
But yeah, let me give this guy the benefit of the doubt first, and then, all right. And Jason's on, I think, Lone Wolf 78. That's you, Jason, right? So I think. So I'm going to ask your question, but you might need to step in and add some clarity. All right. So David and Lynn, thoughts on local sidereal time, or sidereal time. Sidereal time and RV results. Also, if Dave or Lynn visits New Zealand, Jason's would like to buy you both a beer. So thank you. That's his first question. So, and then Dave, it sounds like you know what sidereal time is. I actually had to look it up before I asked you the question. So if you want to explain it, or Lynn, if you want to explain what it is, and then at least attempt to answer the question.
I'll go first since you ask. I do not look. I know that every target and a viewer's performance varies target to target, day to day, session to session kind of thing. And it does that for any number of reasons or variables that impact that viewer, the least of which could be sidereal time. And if you start looking for things that you think are going to have a negative impact on the results of your session, you're wasting your time. Right. And what you just need to do is stick to the structure, roll your sleeves up, go into an altered state of consciousness, and do the work that you've been trained to do, and stop worrying about, whether crystals in your pocket will make a difference, or sidereal time, or should I have tuna or hamburger for lunch, or whatever. It just, none of those variables count in the long run or in the overall results. If in working as a team, which is really, in my opinion, the only way to be effective in remote viewing, because it was never intended to be a standalone endeavor. So therefore it has, and the results of one remote viewer should never be trusted over the results of a number of remote viewers operating in a team. So if you're part of a team and doing this, and there is some SID real-time effect, which that's not been documented or tested that I'm aware of. There's speculation. There are theories abounding about it, but there are theories abounding around a lot of stuff in regards to this. But don't, I mean, if it affected you, it would be minute, and it doesn't matter, because where you may drop the ball in some stage, right, or in some modality of perception, that's why there's a team. And that's why we never trust the results of just one. So don't be watching the clock or thinking now's my window to perform at the highest level and things, because that's just never been documented or established, and you're just wasting valuable time that you could be practicing or just getting on with the next level of your training. That's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah. And then what is SID real time? Just for folks who are like, what's the
idea? I call it Sidereal time. The Earth goes around, and you have noon to noon, right? Actually, a revolution of the Earth is a little bit longer than, shorter than the day.
The 23.
Because the Earth, here's the sun, here's the Earth. By the time the Earth has moved one day, it has to go further for it to be noon again. And so noon or a clock, that's clock time. If you were looking at a star, okay, noon and that star, when you're over here and still looking at that star, that is sidereal time, and the Earth has to keep going around before it gets to the sun, and it gets to clock time. And so the sidereal time is used by astronomers to focus on stars. So sidereal time is star time. Solar time is, the clock time.
What we're used to.
And there's a correlation to circadian rhythms.
Oh,
which is, and so because there's this correlation to circadian rhythms, then, and that's why we say that, it's nothing in remote viewing is 100% accurate. Never has been, never will be. And you never trust the results of a single remote viewer operating independently of other remote viewers. It's a team effort always. We all move in cycles, right? We're always up or down or somewhere in between in transition. We hit the bottom of the trough and we're back. We're climbing slowly back or quickly back up. So circadian rhythms, real time, it's there. You just understand that it's a part of the phenomenon of human performance. Let's put it that way. Yeah. It is exactly as Lynn described it, but it's correlation to circadian rhythms and performance rhythms.
But
so which one is correlated?
There has been a official study of it. A man named Spottiswoode did, I think, 12,000 cases and found that there was a correlation, but it's so minuscule that it really doesn't matter. I mean, it's statistical correlation. And the fact is, like David said, there are so many, and the effect of it is so minuscule that, sidereal time, you may be the time that's perfect for remote viewing, and you may have a stomachache. It doesn't matter.
And thank you, exactly. And then people go even further and start talking about, solar flares and other kinds of things. And it's like, for Pete's sake, we're not talking about, the professional. It's not NFL, NBA, NHL. It's like, stop that silly stuff. I mean, just do the work. Just do the work, and do the work as part of the team, and see where it shakes out.
They're baseball players because they have to wear their red socks before they can remote view or something.
Yeah.
Just sit down and do the session.
I've told this story to Sean before, but I was teaching a class over in Göteborg, Sweden, like in 98, 99, sometime around there. And we were in a like a 4-masted boat that was in the harbor there. And the classroom was below the water. I don't like boats. That's why I was an Army guy. But anyway, that we're down there below teaching, and you hear the props of everything going by. But it was a coordinated remote viewing class to Swedish folks and a few Norwegians, and taught it. And we were getting ready to do a stage 1-2 target, and for just their first target. And so I left the room during the cool down. And when I came back in again, because I don't like to listen to it, it makes me loopy, because it just does. After you hear it that many times, you don't have to actually listen to it. Just the feeling of it starts to push you down. So I came back in, and there was a guy sitting right at the very front of the class where I was standing, sitting right there. And he had 2 crystals, like in a headband, like one on each side. He had a crystal over his heart. He had crystals over his femoral arteries, down in his groin area. And I was like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, well, I'm going, no, nay, nay. You're not going, no. You get that shit off. You're not, no, you can't do that. Time out, everybody, time out. We're going to have to do this all over again. Listen to what I said. You're not going to do that. So it was funny. He was very disturbed by that he had to take all of his crystals off his head and everywhere else. And, he was pulling crystals out of places like Robin Hood was pulling weapons, or something like that. I mean, he was laying all these crystals. He had to stuff them back into his case, and he was really put out about it. But, he did fine, because he didn't need that crap.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't do anything.
One of the biggest problems we have with new students is the students who have already set up all of these habits and mantras and everything else, getting them to realize you don't need all that stuff. Talk to your subconscious mind. It'll tell you what the answer is. Your subconscious is already psychic. You don't need all that stuff. And some of the hardest students that we have to teach, I'm sure it's the same with Dave, is psychics.
Yeah. Or trans mediums, or trance mediums, or all the others. I mean, but I've had some that are really good in it, and because they've listened to what they've been told, which is check all that stuff at the door. Because if you try to drag it in here and try to learn this through that lens, and in that interpretive lens, you're going to really be in trouble, especially by day 2. You're not going to understand what we're trying to get you to do here, because you're trying to fit it into, into that shoebox that you're carrying around, that you work in. Leave that out and come in here and learn with a clean slate, and then figure out, because CRV is the one that we want you to learn, and the more advanced techniques that you learn down the road, things can get modified. And now it's just don't violate the principles, but some of the techniques can vary, but not in coordinate remote viewing. You have to learn that, because it's the thing that takes you from believing that you might be capable of doing it and demonstrates for you empirically that you can do it, so that you now step out of the classroom knowing that this is an ability that you possess. And that's the important thing in coordinate remote viewing. So don't come in here as a trance medium or as anything else, a shaman, I don't care. Whatever you came in here as, leave that at the door. Take whatever the hell off that you're wearing, like, rock medicine, I don't know, whatever you're carrying into the room. Don't burn any sage. Don't sit back when everybody else is cooling down and start doing chants or something like that. No, you do this, then you do this. And if it doesn't work for you, I mean, if it's not your cup of tea, which I also say, I'm sure you do as well, Lynn, I get it. I get this. One of the funniest reviews of the manual that I wrote, that I really like, it makes me chuckle just thinking about it. Some woman got the book, was moving through this book, and just like, her review was 1 star. Nothing should be this hard.
Yeah. And the hardest part to teach about control remote viewing is that it's not hard. But I tell people, think of this as though you're learning a second language. Don't try to translate, just try to learn the new thing. And that means all those words you use for your terminology, don't bring them into this. Learn this terminology. It'll help you as a second learning thing, and leave all that stuff out of this house. Yeah.
All right, let me go to the next question. Same guy again. I always reward.
Long answer for a short question, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Always happens.
I can only imagine. It's like a pile of questions we gotta get to. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to read this verbatim. I'm taking Dr. Morehouse's online course and using his RV guide, which is just the thing you just mentioned, in conjunction and wondering, are there any other books, podcasts, info either Dr. Morehouse or Lyn Buchanan would recommend besides their books? I'm not going to ha 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 ha. Thank you, gentlemen, for putting this together. So I had to do the Oscar performance of his written laugh.
There is I've steered people to this, and Lynn may have some other suggestions, but even despite the animosity that is still there, for some folks directed at me, the IRVA has a really excellent reading list that's there. There is one at davidmorehouse.com, which very closely mirrors that, but it has some of my additions as well. And that's a good one. And I'm sure Lynn's website has a really good recommended reading list as well.
Actually, I don't. I just refer people to IRVA. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think IRVA is a good organization to be part of and to follow. And for the most part, 99.5% of what's there, I would trust, yeah. And I think people have the correct intention and the correct heart, and there's a good kind of moral and ethical approach to what they're doing there. So that's an excellent place to go and dig deep. And I would not tell you not to read anybody. I'd tell you to read them all. Read everybody's books, especially everybody that was in the unit. Yeah. And you're going to find, I think, not to give you front loading on this, but everybody tried to be the historian of the unit, with the exception of two people, Lynn and myself. We tried to write from a perspective of what it was like to be there, to be asked to do what we were asked to do, and the impact that had on our life, directly or indirectly, short-term and long-term, and the lives of our family members, short-term and long-term, for doing what we did. And that's why, if you're looking at it, trying to find out from the lens of a remote viewer what the experience was like, that, especially Lyn's book, is a really good book to read. And if you want to know what one person's version of the history is, there's a reason Mark Twain called, history, product of liquid ink. So it is, it's going to be, or words to that effect, it's going to be, liquid prejudice or something like that. So every version of the historical timeline is just another interpretation, and everybody who was there, thinks they were there the longest and therefore have the best perspective on it, or they were there earliest or firstest or secondest, or, they did this or they did that. So they've got all these ideas about what actually went on. And the truth of the matter is, not everybody, in fact, nobody knows the whole story of everything. We all just have versions of it that we got from somebody or read, or they had that big historical safe, remember, 4 drawers, the one on the far right, 4 drawers, front to back, 4 drawers of everything that there was that was documented in the history of the organization and beyond, from Russia, the Soviets, to the Chinese, and some of it was probably hooey, but it was there for you to look at and to read. So I don't know. I mean, I'm fascinated by it, but I don't care about the history of it anymore. No. I mean, that stopped being important behind, once we got past the point that the CIA and SRI International, were involved in a sole source contract to research this human ability. And then Inga was developing the protocols that were then adopted by the United States Army and used as an intelligence collection methodology, for 30 plus years. So, and I think they're still using it. I will say that I do not believe, despite what they did to the organization that you and I were in, Lynn, I just
when
do
I'm
not believe
asked
they would have given that up.
when I'm asked if they're still using it, one of my standard answers is, I hope so, because we did tremendous amount of good, and it would be stupid for the government not to have it.
Absolutely.
And that
It held
changes,
its own.
well, that
It
changes
held,
the question to, does our government ever do anything stupid? And that's my answer.
Yeah, that's not really a hopeful answer because, or a hopeful question, because it's pretty much rhetorical.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna put up just a few comments because just to show you guys, these aren't questions; these are just comments.
Okay.
Because people are excited. I'll let that one linger a little bit. Okay. All right. First question from the peanut gallery. And I think this was here like probably 2 days. So I'll just read it too, just to speed it along. Is CRV's is CRV's ARV methodology a specific taste for each specific lottery number, subject to the decline effect? Oh, yeah, this is the one you were talking about, David. If not, why not? So I don't even know what the decline effect is.
Well, it's a theoretical perspective that was posited in the 1930s by a guy by the name of Rhine, and it's not without its own sense of
J.B. Rhine at Duke University, okay.
And he was a parapsychologist, and what he was saying is that the closer he looked over time, that this ESP phenomena seemed to degrade. So the capabilities, once you were trying to get them to replicate over time, seemed to degrade. And then this thing then was carried over into a whole, applied in scientific studies kind of across the board, but it goes into things like, what is it? It's like the cause of it is, at least in scientific studies, deals with things like publication bias, like citation bias, sample bias, sample size, and the effect that has on things, in particular investigator biases and some other things. And none of that applies to remote viewing, but I'll give you an application to it in terms of remote viewing. You just kind of have to understand that this is not taken. It's really only been talked about in a few places or published in a few places. It's not necessarily a winnable argument, no matter which side of it you're on. It's questioned. It has detractors and supporters. But in looking at those things, my opinion is there a decline effect in the teaching or training of remote viewing? Yes. So one has to ask themselves, well, first, it's defined as the mean. It's a regression towards the mean. In other words, you start off with high performing indicators, and then there's a regression over time towards the mean. Okay, the average. So then if you have to ask yourself, the mean of what? Of just that sample size or that particular thing that you're doing.
Or is it you're against yourself, your own mean, right? Like you mean for
and again, it's exactly. And there are also all these other variables, like whether or not the information in a study gets published or not. And like today, right now, with what you're hearing going on with a lot of cancel culture and a lot of the topics that are being posited, they're being stated as reality, factual, scientific evidence, when in fact there could be nothing further from the truth. The evidence is being misquoted, and they're putting it out as empirical. It is not. It's highly anecdotal and it's highly interpreted information, but they're throwing it out. And people are coming up, legitimate scientists who have empirical data are trying to get that published, and the publications won't publish them. They'll publish the pseudoscientific perspective because it happens to be the flavor of the day. And they're doing it for any number of reasons. They're doing it for financial gain for the institution. They're doing it because they want to be on the side of what's hot now, or for political purposes. They can do it for all kinds of different reasons. But publications now are capable, scientific publications, of stopping the flow of empirically established peer-reviewed studies about anything. And that's happening. And then if you're not published, then what gets cited? The citation bias then becomes what's published, and people begin to accept what's published as reality. And so the citation bias now begins to perpetuate this thing. And then when you go into sample size, you can understand they can be too big, they can be too small. All of that kind of stuff can be there. And then you have to really consider, when looking at this phenomenon, this theory applied to scientific academic pursuit, then you're talking about inspector bias. And you have to wonder, like, what are the credentials of the individuals and what's the money trail of the individuals perpetuating this particular kind of a bias. And it is there, and don't ever think it isn't, because if you don't think that it is, then you are not clued into what goes on in the world of academia and what's driving it right now in this day and age, or in the world of science, if you want to include that into the world of academia, which I would. So let's just talk about that, in terms of remote viewing. How does that apply in terms of remote viewing? It applies precisely what Lynn and I have been saying here, which is the first thing that starts to happen is the training model gets bastardized and diluted. You have somebody that comes into a class, takes a class, 5 days or 6 days, let's say, and they just can't wait to get the hell out of there and go back to wherever they came from so they can hang a shingle out and say, I'm a gifted psychic and I've done all these things, and I'm going to teach you how to do, let's see, I can't call it what Lynn calls it or Dave calls it or anybody else. So I'll make it up. I'll make up a new name for it, and I'll change some shit around, and then I'll own that, and then I'll do it. So now you are one generation from a trained, one generation, one student away from a trained remote viewer who taught it exactly as you should learn it and as you should practice it. You don't need to go change the name of it. You don't need to alter the protocols. You need to do it that way, but they run off and do something different. Okay. Now, are we in a regression towards the mean? Yeah, the new mean. The mean being identified by all of these other variables. Now just change around publication bias and change around citation bias and sample size, and understand now it's for all these other different kinds of reasons. Now it's for recognition. It's for ego. It's for, if somebody does something in support of the History Channel, then somebody steps in and says, all those were my sketches, that kind of thing. It's like this is what starts to happen. And that's why we regress toward the mean. And that's why guys like Lynn and me don't change the names of these things, don't change the protocols. We step in and we teach it, and we mandate that you learn it. And then when you get into more advanced forms, as I said, principles never change, but the techniques by which you apply it can change. And there are all different other kinds of things you can do with it. But we are constantly in a fight not to support or watch happen regression towards the mean. But that is what the decline effect is about. And that's one of the reasons that happens in remote viewing, is because everybody thinks they're smarter than the protocol. And the protocol was, in my opinion, a divinely inspired thing that came out of Ingo Swann that does not need to be altered by some chump that thinks that they're smarter than Ingo Swann or smarter than 30 years of application in the intelligence community as a viable intelligence collection methodology. So to do so is being done to feed an ego and to bite off a chunk of what they think is going to be massive profit for them because they're doing it. Whether you're a Navy SEAL claiming to be a remote viewer, or you're some guy popping up on Twitter or something else or Instagram claiming I was part of the children's program of remote viewing, and I was part of that program and stuff, Sean sends me the picture of this guy like, was this real? No, it wasn't you, Sean. It was Ryder Lee. And I'm like, no. So I did a show on liars and fakers, which was kind of fun. Yeah. I got to be my cantankerous mean self.
The question that you showed was specifically asking about ARV. There are dozens of ways to perform ARV. And this is an observation I've found. I haven't collected data on it, that people will try the different methods. I know Marty Rosenblatt has tried a method. The decline went into effect. He switched methods and back and forth. And what I have observed, what I have concluded from my observation is that when you try a new method, it's new and you'll have some success, and then you get tired of it or it doesn't make sense to your subconscious. But you try the different methods, you keep data. One of those days you're going to find the method that works for you. And what I've seen from my ARV students is once they find that method, there's no decline effect. It just gets better. But finding that method, they try all these other methods and there's a decline, and pretty soon they tend to just give up. And even those who do find the method, there's still a tendency to say, oh, well, I'm going to put my own stuff into this, and just like Dave said, they find the method that works and then they muck it up by
getting too fancy.
Yeah. So I
all right
100% agree with everything Dave said here.
Not like I gave
all
you
right.
a chance. I disagree with that. My strategy, Lynn, talk long, give him short windows.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right. So dying to ask, what does Lynn think of Daz Smith's remote viewing JFK death? I don't even know if you've seen this or not.
I haven't. No, I haven't. I don't know.
So, well, yeah, I guess none of us can comment on that, but I remember Lynn said on your show, I remember this too. Some people, remember when you did, I think it was like 36 people. You didn't know they were people at the time.
I was asked to access on 36 of these targets when I was accessing a person. Then I was moved over past the moment of their death and told to remote view them then. And so, some of them quit existing. Some of them went to what I would call heaven. Some of them went to reincarnation. Some of them went to what I would call hell. And so my conclusion from that was that everybody who thinks they know the one answer, they're wrong in thinking that nobody else knows another answer. So
the quit existing phenomena, was it just because, was there any factor that made somebody more likely? Was there a concept of like NPCs, like non-player character type people, like background people? Were they all real?
I didn't find any correlation at all. And I studied, I didn't find any correlation from what their written history and their reputation was and all that. I didn't find anything.
Interesting. All right, let's move to the next one. This is a good question. Kev's right. This never really comes up. There's a lot of focus on remote viewing Mars, but what about Venus?
I used to date her. She's neat. No, I haven't done anything on Venus. Dave, have you?
But we should qualify those. It's because we don't, what would we do if you're trying to take students through the process of capturing verbal and visual sensory data, and you're trying to get them in stage 2, stage 3, somewhat in stage 4, and absolutely in stage 6. You're trying to get them to develop everything from geospatial, sketches all the way down to textures, to small dimensionals and contours and other things, and then more elaborate as they get into 3 and somewhat into 4 as they carry it over. But the whole thing about remote viewing, especially for beginning students, is feedback. Right. You have to be able to give them empirical data with quantifiable, measurable attributes that help them understand.
I don't even give Mars targets. I don't even give Mars targets.
I don't either. Not until if it's a Mars target, it's like the one that we did. and the unit, which was, remember the Twin Peaks and the rover at the Twin Peaks? That was the big one that they pulled up all the time. So you did a little rover, and if you were sketching the wheels and the tracks or whatever they were on wheels on the rover and the solar panels on the rover and the, you know, the lenses, etc., in the Twin Peaks region off in the shot, then, you know, it was a score. You were on target. But you have to, as trainers, as educators, we have to be able to give students empirical evidence that they are indeed seeing what we're asking them to see, whatever the concept of that target is. It also allows us then to send them to really complex gestalts, not simplistic gestalts. You know, we're not doing a ball in a box. Okay, we're doing really sophisticated things that have a great number of things for them to detect, decode, and objectify, for them to use various modalities of perception to pull in. And you're going from 8-dimensional hyperspace connectivity, right, from an omnidirectional, omnipresent form, and detecting that, decoding it into a 4-dimensional construct through the biological brain, using a lexicon and a you know, a visual record, or we used to call it the experience Rolodex. And, you know, I've been told now to call it your experience database. It's harder for me to think that and say that, but anyway, you get it. It's everything you've logged into your experience. And as you detect and decode that waveform expression of something, you, at the speed of human thought, which is considered to be faster than the cosmological constant of the speed of light, and therefore you're doing it faster than that, you're interpreting it. And you're interpreting it, that's the decoding process, and then you have to objectify that. So those are the metronomic cadence of what we're asking students to do. When they're all done with that, and you've got a class of 10 or you have a class of 100, you have to be able to give them something concrete that they can look at, because they're going to evaluate their performance along with seeing what everybody else did as you're doing summaries and views and they're talking about it and things. So it has to be something real and tangible, empirical for them. If we send them to something like Venus, what are we going to do? We don't have photographs of anything but, you know, the gaseous cover on the outside. I mean, we could pull up a bunch of different scientific elements and scientific data, and we could pull up some of that kind of stuff and throw that to them, but it's not sufficient for beginning learning remote viewers to experiment with something like that. It's not fulfilling enough for them to get from believing to knowing. And what we're trying to do is get them from believing to knowing. We're trying to empower human beings.
A lot of them want to do things like, did Jesus wear a mustache, or things like that, you know, the life of Jesus. And you'll even find now professional people who say they're professional remote viewers and all that, doing Jesus and all. Well, when we teach a class, we have the feedback. We know what the target is. Okay, we already know what it is. We want to train you how to find out what it is. The important thing is not the target. And I always start people out by saying, you know, you're not here to learn anything about the target. You're here to learn something about yourself, you know. And so we have the target. We know what the target is. Don't worry about the target. Listen to what we're teaching. We'll teach you the method that will let you find out what the target is without seeing it. Yeah.
All right. Next question. So, Lynn, I think you already pretty much answered this indirectly earlier on. So if the nations of the world recognize that remote viewing is real and that no nation has secrets, why is geopolitics not visibly changed at all?
The regression towards the mean again, because there's a dilution of the training, and it's being diluted by the claims of just about anybody that wants to step out and say that they know how to do this. And when you do that, I mean, to bring about, you know, this whole idea, first of all, I don't know that the nations of the world all will see remote viewing as a real thing. There's still a tremendous, especially in this day and age, In fact, the number of people, according to a recent Pew Research poll of some internationally, like 500,000, or it could have been more than that, 500,000 people, as to whether you believe that there's something beyond the physical, yes or no. And do you believe that you could ever interact with that something beyond the physical, yes or no? And that used to be 2% of the population was a no on that. I don't believe in anything beyond the physical. And the question of, if you do believe that there's something beyond the physical, what percentage of you believe that you can access it and interact with it, learn from it, contribute to it, and what percentage of you believe you cannot? And so that number was always like, the 74-26 kind of thing, percentage points. But the point that now, according to this Pew Research, the number in the population globally now, not the original report was US, now globally it's increased to upwards of 7.8% say there's nothing. That's just it. So atheism, or just the belief that darkness is, all there is, except for living this life. And the number of people that are believers that they can interact with it and learn from it, participate with it, and the number of people who are saying, no, I'll never get there. That statistic has shifted as well. Not as significant, but what you're seeing now is so many liars, so many fakers, so many people standing up and presenting themselves as messiahs, as like the chosen one to do this, to do that, whether it's twin flames or it's the Nexium, or it's, whatever the next, perverted sicko guru is going to be, that's going to start, steering people in different directions. They're all out there, and it's not getting less, it's getting more. And since COVID, it's like they've mechanized themselves on steroids, and people just keep listening to it, and people are buying into it. So you're asking now on the geopolitical scene, that's talking about individual people's moments being affected by the collective moment of the global society. Right. And it, for some reason, it's going to get worse before it gets better, but we're in a really long, extended fourth turning, which they can be 30, the mean for a fourth turning for any of the turnings is 35 years. We're not quite there yet. We're getting close. And
when did the fourth turning start, according to Strauss?
It's just my opinion. No. Because Strauss and I are not real exact on that, but I think it really began in the 90s with the people's whole perceptions with the .com and everything. The world started to unravel. And it came off the rails, and then it got itself back on the rails, and it didn't take itself long again before it got back off the rails. Then we're at war, and then we get off the rails again in 2006, 7, and 8, right? And then we come back in again, and now we've just redefined what getting off the rails means. We're not we're so far off the rails at this particular point. We're riding in dune buggies. So we are so screwed up at this particular point. I just look at it. I don't watch the news, and I've told you this. I just don't watch it because I don't want to start my day being pissed off, and I can get so pissed off just by watching it. If it's not
only does Lynn watch the news, he watches it in Russian.
I do. I watch English and Russian.
Not me. I don't, and still I know. And still I will learn. Somebody will tell me the things I don't even want to know. They'll tell me. Most of the time, Sean tells me.
Yeah.
Russian, a little bit more animated than I normally am on this.
Russian and English, they're both aligned. You just have to figure out what's between the two lines. But but as for the question, the fact that remote viewers can know information, remote viewing is not remote control. It's not remote influencing. And so we know we can post the information. Dave and I have both posted our predictions for the future. Nobody listens. And, even if someone in the government has secrets and they know that remote viewers can get it, they will hold on to those secrets and guard them. They're not giving them up,
And there's still secrets.
There's still secrets.
And there are always going to be secrets. There's never going to not be secrets. And because we're trained remote viewers doesn't mean that we know what all the secrets are, because we don't. And we don't, and we never will. That's the whole idea behind secrets, you know. And they're always going to be there.
The person assigning you the target has to know what to look for. So if they don't assign a target in a place,
that's just an intention of the target.
We get a target and we spend 1 or 2 hours finding a secret, and we have found one secret out of the 14 quadrillion billion secrets that are out there, you know. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like remote viewing. If you want to say that remote viewing has the potential to change the path of human destiny, I'll say, yeah, but you have to understand the mathematics behind that. In order to do that, you have to reach a critical mass in an ideology. You have to reach a critical mass in an ideology that is founded in knowledge, in knowing that it is real. It cannot be an ideology that's floundering based on pseudoscience or pseudo anything. It cannot be just subject to, you know, high degrees of interpretation, because in order to reach a critical mass in any given population, you have to be capable of introducing an ideology that is understood by 10% of that population to be factual and real, not interpretive or imagination or hope or faith or something else, but to know absolutely that that is there. If you can reach that 10% in a population, then you can theoretically, mathematically bring about a chain reaction that cannot be stopped throughout the global society, where you will start to change it, and it may alter slightly through various cultural interpretations. But knowing that as human beings, you are more than the physical, and that you always have been, and that you're connected to something and you can interact with it, that you are omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, eternal in that perspective, and as a waveform expression of things, and that all things are energy, and energy is everything, and therefore everything can be expressed in waveform on some level. When you make that the purpose of a society to instill into the youth. So mathematical models have been that say, you know, and proofs that say it's like 2 to 3 generations away. You'd have to start now, which I'm sure that is probably Lyn's objective as well as it is mine. I want quality teachers to step forward and carry this to do it.
And it started already. But just like you were saying about everything earlier, the press, the pollution, the woo-woos, the crazies, and all this
delusion effect. Yeah,
the delusion effect. As long as you have that, you're not going to get that 10%.
I changed delusion for decline in that, in case you didn't catch it. It's delusion of the truth of the message and the truth about anything. And it's just, we're really, man, we are down a snowshoe right now as and I just keep looking at it and shaking my head ruefully and going, here's a reason.
Lynn, I'm not going to push it yet, but I guarantee we're going to get a question about your remote viewing of the period 2020 to 2040, or the, you know, what is that? But I'm not going to go there just yet until somebody.
David's probably already done this too. Stephen Schwartz has done it. Basically found the same things and all that. Yeah.
No, I don't do that, Lynn.
Oh, really?
I don't do it just because my physics training tells me it's just a potential.
I was tasked for it. Yeah.
Yeah. I just see it as a potential, and there are too many variables between now and then that can skew it. Too much.
Well, the sad part
change distribution and probability distribution that can alter it. So I respect your views on it.
The sad part I'm finding is that most of the things that were in that session are falling into place one after the other, and I wish a lot of them wouldn't, but they're falling into place. And anyway,
we'll get back to that, but I don't want to. I want to make sure somebody asks the question before I rehash that. Yeah. Okay, what do we look like when we bilocate in front of psychic aliens.
Ask the aliens. They'll tell you.
Oh my goodness. Usually indifference based on the nature of your question. I don't think they really care. I still tell you, everybody thinks that, they're big interacting with us. I mean, would you want to interact with this planet and the people on this planet? I mean, they're flying by and through whatever dimensional portal as interstellar travel is, and they're looking with their kids in the back of the spaceship and going, aren't you glad you don't live there? Yeah.
So there's actually a second part of this question that wasn't in the first one. It's the same question, just the last sentence.
It's how you define by location. And Lynn and I might define it differently. So it depends on how you
was I just a ghostly human form, or did she see the physical? I mean,
you're not bilocating. That's not what bilocation actually is anyway. Yeah. You're assuming that, as a remote viewer, you're projecting somewhere. That's just a term that it's thrown out there to help people grasp some concept of what's happening, but it's actually not what's happening. And it's
that's
wrong.
like a different biology. That's when they talk about saints and they have they're present in two places at the same time. The bilocation and remote viewing is if you're viewing
if you want to know more about it, just look
up a heat casualty.
But based on what you're asking, if you want to understand why you're not projecting, just read about particle wave theory in the simplest form that you can grab it. It's particle wave theory. It's really what it is. It's a quantum mechanical concept. For right now, it has its math proofs, and it's there and it's real. And physicists will, quantum mechanical physicists will tell you it's real, but they'll also tell you shit could be wrong tomorrow. We might find something out and it'll all be different tomorrow, because that's physics and that's science, right?
Yeah. The age of the universe just doubled in the last 3 months, right?
Yeah.
It went from like 13 billion years to whatever, 24, 25.
Some guy was like, oh shit, I left out an apostrophe. I left out a sum. Damn it. I caught my mistake.
These are just comments, but gentlemen, it's not until Saturday, but this is kind of the theme of this. Happy Veterans Day. All three of us served.
Hey, that's Gary. Hey, Gary's a veteran warrant officer of the Navy. He's a really good friend.
Oh, nice. He's one of your, he's definitely one of your former students, I think, right?
Yeah, we were neighbors. Yeah, he's a really good guy. Smart as a whip,
Same sentiment. So thank you, Zugliel Carpet. I've probably butchered it, but it's
those are funny names. My God.
I don't know.
Nobody will figure out who you are with those.
I can't let it go, Dave. His skincare routine. Anyway,
it's called blur the shit out of your camera. That's what it is.
Well, no, there's like a little setting you can like smooth your whatever.
Yeah, you can smooth appearance. Mine's all the way to the right. Lynn's looking for it now. He's like, where is that damn thing? It's in the setting. Just it all the way. And it's like, if I took that off, you'd be like going, oh, okay, he is craggy.
All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, Cheryl read it in 2 days, right when it was first released.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Let's see. Okay. All right. So some of these are context-related questions. Like this is a context-related question. So we're probably long past that. Okay, here's another one. Here's a question. In light of the financial shenanigans of remote viewers, I don't know what they're. What do you gentlemen think about the guys over at Computer Viewing now? Yeah, so
I just told you a story about people, doing hedge funds telling you that they are going to be, that they're 13% accurate in their predictions of what was going to happen in the market. Hey, if you want to jump in on that, that's Darwinian. That's Darwinianism at its finest. You jump right on in there. Go right ahead.
You're gonna bet money and win 13% of the time.
Yeah, you'd be happy if that was happening, but
I wouldn't be happy unless I won over 50% of the time.
Yeah, I just
you win
I wouldn't be putting my money in
13% you're losing.
cryptocurrency to begin with. So there you go.
Well, yeah, there's no, yeah, the issue with cryptocurrency is there's nothing to back it, right? So if you lose your password, oh well. Okay,
Well, there's been
let's
just
see.
too many horror stories of people that, you know, have made off with the goods, you know, like,
Oh yeah.
and that whole anarchy thing going on down in Mexico in Acapulco. That turned into just a cryptocurrency get together and do things. And then everybody there, and that, you know, there's a whole documentary about them doing it. And then sure enough, just like everybody else at a certain point in time, you know, the whole idea is just to keep convincing everybody to buy more and buy more. It goes down, buy more, because it's going to go up. Yeah. But then it doesn't. And if it does,
Right.
super duper, but you know,
It's the financial equivalent of musical chairs.
yeah. Or if the guys just steal it all.
All right, don't answer
They
this
just
question.
steal it all and fly away.
Yeah, I think this is just a, you know, pause it out loud. You don't have to answer this. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's
Scary.
All right,
Detect,
sorry, I'm just
decode,
gonna go through.
objectify.
Oh man. Lynn.
Yes.
Well, you get your answer.
Or was it more to avoid the masses of people, or was it purely financial? It wasn't purely financial. It was to avoid the masses of people. And also, I don't live in big towns, big cities. And we were looking for a place to move to. And we found this house. And my wife and I said, that's it, we're home. This is not where we had planned to retire, but we've been happy ever since. And, you know, somebody asked me, you know, why'd you grow your hair long and ponytail and all that? And
Because you could.
Why do soldiers do that? You know?
Yeah.
And I say, in the military, you have a mission. Everybody's got your back, and you've got everybody else's back. You get out into the civilian world, it's dangerous out here because it's dog eat dog, stab you in the back and all that. And so somebody who's been for 20 years in that secure environment, most people don't think the military is, you know, safer than civilian life. It really is.
Yeah, it really is.
And you get out here and it's dog eat dog. Yeah. You grow your hair long, you head for the desert, and you don't look back. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we just saw it. Imagine if you're at a music festival and you think everything is peachy keen, and then all of a sudden you have these people show up, start shooting people, right? Like it literally just happened in, you know, in Israel. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to go into it, but just there's this illusion of safety.
Yeah, in business. You know, if you're the owner of the business, you have a mission, but everybody who works for them, their mission is to go to work, you know, and at the end of the week, pick up a paycheck. And the bigger the paycheck, that's their mission. And there's nobody got your back, and you don't have anybody else's back. And the military gets a bad rap, really does. One time I was at the Pentagon, and there were these protesters, and one of them, I was walking into the Pentagon, and protester ran up to me and was cussing at me for being a warmonger and all this. And I said, you don't understand what we do here. I said, you got it all wrong. If a war starts, it's because we didn't do our job. We wage peace. And in the military, you have a mission. And yeah, I moved to the desert not just to get away from people. I like people, but to get away from everything, I guess. Yeah, from civilian life, I think. Yeah.
All right, here's the next one. Can you target a thought form or idea? how credible is the idea of psych? Yeah, explain what psychic overlay. I've heard this before, but or I've heard another called telepathic overlay. I think it's the same concept.
Yeah.
But you just explain what that is, and then I'll just leave the question up for folks to read it.
You want to go on that, Dave?
No, because I don't really. It's another one of those things I try to steer people away. It's another, interpretive phenomenon that gets thrown into, and it muddies the water of what you're trying to teach a student to do. It's not helpful. It's not, again, anything you need to be worried about. People are constantly worried about, well, I think I'm being remote influenced, and I think this is happening and that's happening. Really?
Yeah.
Most specifically, why do you think that's happening to you? I mean, like you're just a guinea pig that somebody chose out of the billions on the planet to do it. And I'm not trying to make light of it to people, but I just, it's coming, that whole fear of that is coming from something different, and it's not healthy, and it's not productive.
However, most telepathic overlay that does happen is not the fault of the viewer. It's the fault of the tasker. For instance, I give you a target, okay? And I tell you, the only two people who are getting this target are you and Joe McMonagle. You're not going to view the target. You're going to view Joe and what he finds about the target. On a subconscious level, you may not intend to do it, but on a subconscious level, you're going to view what the other viewer, and you get a group of viewers, and one of them is really successful. Many times the other viewers, rather than view the target, will try to find what the best viewer, the one they respect the most, is viewing and all that. And so it does happen, but it's not the viewer's fault. It's usually the tasker's fault.
Yeah, I mean, if in that explanation, psychic overlay could be almost used synonymously with analytical overlay. So, it's something in the way of a front load by using a term wrongly, or just not being clear that you're getting two sets of four numbers and you're not going to be told anything else. And if you're just getting two sets of four numbers, those numbers are anchored, in the intention of the person assigning those coordinates. So if they say things or do a wink, wink, or do anything else to give you something, then it's analytical overlay, which you're going to have anyway. An analytical overlay is not a bad thing. It's just a different category of data. And it just has to be treated as a category of data. And you have to use the protocols to handle analytical overlay, because if you don't, then analytical overlay will take over your session. And because you thought that it was a Versace purse in stage 2, by the time you get done with the whole thing, if you don't declare it as analytical overlay and treat it appropriately as the protocol dictates from, every time it shows up, by the time you get to the end of the session, your whole session summary is going to be about a Versace handbag store. Everything to do is for Versace handbags. So I'm making that a funny thing, but I mean, it can be that, and it can start off like there's a wagon, and then the wagon comes back and now it's a covered wagon, and the wagon comes back and it's a covered wagon with a Gatling gun in it. And then it comes back again and it's, now it's a tank, and then it just keeps on going and going. So anytime, it's a noun, shall we say, and there are variations, but you have to treat it as an analytical overlay. Your objective as a remote viewer is not to name the thing you're looking at. Your objective as a remote viewer is to capture colors, textures, temperatures, taste, sound, smells, dimensionals, energetics, right? Those kinds of things, emotionals and intangibles, aesthetics, of those things. It'll come together as the aperture widens for the viewer, stage 1, stage 2, 3, 4, etc. That it'll get more inclusive in the data and it'll start to assemble itself. But if you're starting off that way in, stage 2 is where it usually starts to manifest. It starts there and you don't declare it and treat it appropriately. It'll just grab hold of you because why? Because it's your imagination. It loves to run freely, and it's starting to detect, code this waveform expression of data
Yeah.
And it does it at the speed of human thought, which we've already established is faster than the cosmological constant, the speed of light. So you're detecting and decoding at the speed of human thought. And then you're objectifying. If you don't get hold of that process and go, there are limits to what I can allow my conscious mind to come up with, it's just doing what it's supposed to do. And you can't blame it and you can't fight it. You just have to handle it using the structure. And typically that structure, I mean, everything in the beauty, the structure was so beautifully done by Ingo that it is a self-correcting feature. It has a self-correcting aspect to it. I mean, I have looked at what he created for decades now, and aside from a few things, simple things that could, I've adjusted. Other than that, everything that he came up with is just near perfection, at least in terms of taking every human being that has a genuine interest in discovering that about themselves. If you learn it from the right person, and if you go into it with an open, clear heart and mind and learn that protocol, it will transform your life. It will transform you. It is a transformative experience. Yeah. And where you go with it from there, that's another story. But
all right, here's the next one. All right, so if anybody you ever worked with ever had a bad experience or lasting impact while conducting an RV, physical or psychological. So I know the feeling cold thing, that's bilocation right there, right? That's an example of bilocation.
That's bilocation of one of your senses.
Right.
A bilocation is at the point at which, based on your experience Rolodex, your biological brain begins to manifest the physiological indicators of what is taking place in the target site. So it's not a projection of you being from here to there. You're already there. At the quantum level, you are omnidirectional and omnipresent. And if you're omnidirectional and omnipresent in a waveform, then you are omniscient and omnipotent in all the other language, which was ancient Latin, which was originally used to describe human qualities or abilities or potential, that was then later stripped away and put into a scriptural form to talk about something else. And those words no longer belonged to us for millennia, but they belong to us, and they are capabilities inherent to each of us, not just Lynn, not me, not anybody else who came before us or after us, but all of us have that ability. So you are already there. It's just you're not paying attention to that. So the process of remote viewing causes you to pay attention to that. You're given a set of coordinates that are locked into an intention that Lynn or I or whoever's assigning those wants you to be capable of tapping into that fiber optic cable or that waveform and start to detect, decode, and objectify that waveform expression of whatever is there. And as I said earlier, we both train students with complex gestalts. That means it is not a simple thing. It's not going to be, again, I'll use this example because there are some guys that were part of the research program that came out and said, well, I'm a remote viewer and I can teach you how to remote view. Guess what's in my pocket? Well, that's not remote viewing. That's a parlor trick. And that's not a parlor trick we engage in. We engage in complex gestalts. So we're not going to give you a stick in a box. We're going to give you the Eiffel Tower.
That's like rhymes with muscle garg, right?
Good guy, good person, but not wrongfully claiming to be a remote viewer and being capable of training it. That is not the case.
What about other?
Somebody will give you a spoon or something like that and say you're a remote viewer. I don't know if you can see this or not from the background. I can't.
All right, you're good there. You're good there.
This is people at Chernobyl testing children for radiation. Okay. And this is a target. This is a training target.
Mhm.
This isn't a spoon. This isn't, you know, Eiffel Tower or, you know, Devil's Tower. Here's what he means when he says complex targets. We can
Right,
teach
because
you.
you have to not only
We can
explain what
teach
you
you how to
see,
do this. Yeah.
what's happening, the emotion,
Yeah. And other people are saying, oh, you described a spoon and it was a spoon. You're a remote viewer.
You're a remote viewer of a simple Gestalt target, which is insignificant in the equation. It's not what we're after. And you know, you could be a stage show act. You know, you could.
Oh yeah.
You could go up and guess what people have in their pockets or what might be in the box on the table or something like that. But that's not remote viewing. That's just
But you
parlor
tell them
trick.
that you're an accomplished remote viewer when they can do those simple targets, and they go to a police station and say, "I'm here to solve all your crimes now," and you know,
and wonder why the police just escort them back out onto the street and close the door behind them quite briskly. You know, so, and that too is another thing, because I was just talking to my business manager the other day that he represents a person that does work for police departments, and that person has now just turned around and started adopting the term, I am a remote viewer. No, you're not. You have not been trained in the protocols. Right. You're a psychic medium, and just be proud of calling yourself just that, you know, and saying that you apply your tools, your modalities of perception, and do that. You don't, there's only one reason you're calling yourself a remote viewer. It's just out of ignorance, which is different than being stupid. It's just being ignorant of what remote viewing really is, and you're just adopting it to yourself, or you're doing it because you think it gives you some credibility, and aligning yourself with something that was taught as an intelligence collection protocol or methodology, and it could be that and anywhere in between there. But some people are doing it just so they can ride on that concept and the credibility that came out of those that served in the unit and now talk about being in that unit. And then there are others that are doing it because, you know, they just don't know that just because you're looking at something, you know, that you're not physically located there, that it's now remote viewing. The words, the term didn't even exist till Inga Swan coined it. There's no
remote viewing. So.
You can't go back other negative to 1919 and find remote viewing as a term.
Any other negative aspects of, at least in the early days, where somebody had to be escorted out or something like that, where they just couldn't handle it?
Well, every trainee has different experiences, and every operational remote viewer has different experiences, and some had a self-recognized proclivity for this, like early on. Like I think Mel Riley was like what, 12 or something like that. Lynn, I don't know when you first, but hey, I had no stated inkling of anything, and I came from an entirely different walk of life as a soldier than the guys that were there and girls that were there. They were all intel folks, and I was a special operations infantryman.
But then you ended up in Baton El Ghul, right?
Yeah, I got zinged in a helmet, you know, with a bullet, and that didn't ricochet. It got caught by the Kevlar, and it knocked me out. And I had something happen, you know, kind of like a dream that just happened, and I wasn't aware of that kind of. I mean, had I dreamed before? Yes, but this was like I was really there, not like a dream. You know, in a dream, you always understand you're in a dream sooner or later. And in this, it was different. But so that's really kind of how I got there. And, you know, and Dr. Cole's the guy that started me on the limited read-on process, and then brought me over there to introduce me to Fern. That was the first time I met Lynn and the rest of the crew there. And then everybody told me not to do it, particularly the people over at Royal Cape said, don't go there. You're a big mistake on your part. You know, if you do this, you're going to regret it forever. Don't do it. but I was just fascinated at the potential, the possibility of this. I couldn't let go of it. So I did. So I think that somebody that walks in as this true naive person about this ability and unwrapping this ability is a person that's more prone to this Messiah effect, right? Like you get like, holy shit, I really have a superpower, or holy shit, I can really do this. It changes. It's different for a person like me than it is for somebody that's known it for the better part of their life. And now they just happen to be in a place where they get to exercise this. So that's just my take on it. And the truth of it was the unit didn't have a lot of things, but one of the things it also didn't have was, what do we do if this happens?
Yeah.
It was like, I could talk to Lynn, or I could talk to Gabrielle, or I could talk to Mel, and Mel was always good, as was Lynn, at helping ground you again and walk you and talk you through it, because these were individuals that were really good at this and had been there a long time and, seen all manifestations of it. But others are just, be like, sucks for you, kind of thing, like, get a grip kind of thing. So for me, and it always cracks me up when some smart ass, young trooper has got some, a little whiny guy, like talking about this, whining my ass, you little punk, it's like, you try it, jackass. Yeah. Well, I could, they should have recruited me. Oh yeah. You would have been real hard ass, I'm sure. So it's like, it cracks me up. It's like everybody's perspective is different in it, and everybody, reacts and rolls to it, conforms or fights against it. And anything is possible. I mean, they've had people react very badly, and they've had people react as you might expect them to react for that kind of stuff.
And for me, I had a few psychic experiences in my life, but I'd had a lot of PK experiences, and General Stubblebine brought me in to form a new unit that was a PK unit to destroy enemy computers. And when the Congress said no, they said not no, but hell no. Well, that's when General Stubblebine took me out and stuck me into the remote viewing unit. And all of a sudden, I said, psychics, come on, this is the military. We don't do this, And then they started training me, and I found out, hey, we actually do this. And so, I kind of like Dave. This was all just sort of a brand new thing to me.
But you did have psych experiences, and you did stop computers from functioning. So on you, man. You started with a leg up. I went into it like being dragged through a bush backwards. That's how I
the story. You know the story about how he took out like all the skiffs. He took out all the skiffs in like Europe on both sides, right? Yeah. All right. So
at least I got into a movie. Right?
Not me. I didn't do any of that.
And you got to be played by Mr. Clooney, right?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, my car once died coming over the mountains from Wyoming, from BYU, going back to Wyoming to my wife's house. And of course, you guys know I was a member of the LDS Church, and I was at that time, not a high priest, but the damn car wouldn't start. I was like saving gas by coasting, and I got to the place where it was time to turn the engine back on, and it wouldn't start. I mean, I have since come to understand it was a vapor lock or an ice lock. But of course, I couldn't get the car started. And my wife looks at me at the time and goes, "Use your priesthood powers." You gotta be kidding me. Seriously? I don't think that's how okay. I'm trying all the best I can, trying to get that start. So that was my my story of priesthood powers. The car was like, yeah, get the hell out of here. So
I was complaining once about every time I get to work, the phone starts ringing off the hook. And I was complaining to my wife, and as wifely sympathy goes, she said, "You're the one that made him psychic. Deal with it."
Pull it out, you know.
All right, real
But you better
quick,
be able
do
to fix
either
it.
of you need to take like a break or anything like that? And I want to make sure that because I'll keep going. I want to make
No,
sure you
I'm
guys are
good.
still good on
I'm good.
time.
I just need to get some more coffee. I'm like down to water now and need some coffee.
All right, you want to take? You want to take
doing?
like a 5?
Yeah.
Lynn's prepared. Lynn's prepared, Dave.
He's drinking some sort of red juice. I don't even want to know what that is.
Like, I'm waiting for the whatever the Kool-Aid guy to break through his wall, break through his.
No, there's probably mescal or something else in there. I don't know what's in there. Anyway, mescaline. I meant something. You're out in the desert now. You're probably cultivating that stuff. So
yeah.
Let's just Can we just take what do you want us?
Yeah.
Want me to mute or what here? Or
yeah, just mute. I'll put like you might want to lower your volume, Lynn, because I'm about to blast it with something. So I'll go in a quick. Yeah. Well, just so you don't get annoyed, but I'll see everybody at about 5.
Okay. We'll get a drink.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm just refreshing the drink here with ice. So
yeah, absolutely. saw like the video that I showed, it wasn't even showing like
Did you do the AI thing?
no, we can do that. We can do that next.
Okay.
It'll be quick. It'll be quick. It's teed up and ready to go. But
Okay, I've got the feedback picture right here.
okay, good.
Good.
Yeah.
I'll be
Like I
right
said,
back.
I ran 3 experiments before this. Okay.
Okay.
I'm back.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, I had to go work on my skin routine again. My skincare
Your
routine.
skincare product.
Yeah.
Yeah. My skincare product is a button on StreamYard.
Exactly.
So
it's called settings. You go into settings. I'm pegged right
smooth.
now. I mean, I'm pegged to the far right. So if I pulled back and revealed, you know.
Yeah, that fits.
But that's not happening.
Meta comment.
I know.
I just noticed I had this big long video, and it was like it started playing music, but it didn't play the video. It's just so there's just like a black screen on.
That's because you probably downloaded it from somewhere, and most of the big streaming things now, like Amazon, Netflix, and stuff, they have encoding. So you have to buy a particular decoder, like there's Tunebotto for Amazon. And that way you can download videos and the music comes along with them. And because that's how they do it, you can download it. And then what'll happen is when you play it back, it'll just be a black screen. And if you're capturing with a screen capture software like ScreenFlow or Camtasia, it can't defeat the it can't defeat the coding. It's the encoding that's on the video.
If I played it again, it would work this time. It just for some reason like degraded if you just leave it on there for a while. But I have a surprise for you. Lynn and I have a surprise for you, Dave. We're going to give you some remote viewing targets, and then no. I remember what they did to you with what's his name? Uri Geller. And you did fine.
Oh, yeah.
They had you on some
my
show.
First lesson and shut your mouth and don't ever sign up to do parlor tricks, because I was very lucky in that.
So
do you know that story, Lynn?
No, I don't.
Yeah, tell it, and then we're gonna do this thing.
I'll tell it quick.
I'll tell you really quick.
AI, you might want to ask people ahead of time if they think they're psychic. Just predict what the feedback is going to be.
There you go.
Yeah,
that'll be me.
Yeah, actually that's a good point.
Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
I was doing that. Real quick before you tell the story, I just want to tell you what we're going to do so you know what's coming after your story. So I have ChatGPT on standby. Lynn's going to give it. He's got 3 targets. We're going to give. Trust me, I already ran this beforehand, so I kind of know I think I know the result, but it could change based on the caliber of people on this call. Anyway, he's got 3 targets. I'm going to have ChatGPT describe it. But before we show those targets, Lynn, also give the.
I've only got 1 target. You want me to get 2 more?
No, I think one's enough.
One will
make
play
4.
At this.
I'm
not going to play that.
No, all right, your story, Dave,
okay.
and then we'll do that.
And here's the reason why. So, I'm on the
idea, not mine.
Yeah, I'm on the book on my book tour, and I'm on the Danny Bonaducci show in Portland, Oregon, of all places to be, right? And
he's a big cokehead too, wasn't he? At one point.
I don't know. Probably, yeah. I mean, he was he was an actor on a show during that particular time in the 80s, right? And I think everybody did coke in the 80s. Even a lot of guys that are officers and soldiers went to jail for doing that kind of stuff. But here he was. Here I was there, and I came out of my interview, and Uri Geller was standing out there. And he was on next, or I was on after him. I can't remember exactly. I came in after him. So he came out of the interview, and we had a break. They were playing, and we were talking. And he goes, "Hey, I read your book, and I know what you blah, blah, blah." And he just went through the whole thing of saying, you know, I got this show coming up, Sir David Frost. It's going to be at Prince Albert Hall. Really wonder if you'd like to be part of that. I'm like, yeah, sure. You know, like,
Really?
you know, have you seen me bend a spoon? You know who I am. Oh yeah, I know who you are, but no, I've never seen you bend a spoon. He bends a spoon right then and there, right 18 inches from my nose. He bends a spoon, He signs it, gives it to me, and then I go into the Danny Bonaducci show. So the trip and the trippiness just got worse from there. Because it was really weird being with Danny Bonaducci. Shorten the story, you know, a month or so later, I get a call from a producer and they say, hey, you talked with Ingo. Ingo said, you're going to be on this show with him. What are you going to do? I mean, I'm going, what am I supposed to do? Am I going to England? No. We'll tell you everything. We'll tell you what you're going to do, when you're going to do it. And I'm like, okay. So a week later, I get a phone call, go to the BWI and pick up your ticket. We'll be there. Go to this counter, this airline. So I go there. I don't know where I'm going. I go pick it up and they fly me up to New York to JFK. I get off the plane in JFK. A guy meets me at the gate back in the days when that could happen. Meets me at the gate, takes me over to another gate, hands me another ticket, and I get on another plane and I fly to Washington, D.C. Shit, I just flew out of BWI in Washington, D.C., but now I've gone to JFK and I've flown back. And now they pick me up in a Lincoln town car and they haul me into downtown DC. We go into some production building there for, you know, whoever was doing it. And they hustle me up in the elevator upstairs and bring me in. And they go, okay, here's what's going to happen. You're going to look at something and you're going to lock that in your mind because Yuri says that you can do that. And Yuri is going to describe what you're looking at. And I went, okay, you know, so they, you know, sounds like uneventful for me, but yeah, I'll do my best. I can do that for Yuri, you know.
Somebody couldn't have done this yet.
Yeah. So they take me up to the top of the building and there sandbagged in is a tripod and a camera on that tripod looking straight out at the Jefferson Memorial. So then they take me downstairs and they put me in a room and I'm sitting down at a table with a chair and a television monitor in front of me looking at what that camera is looking at. They give me an earbud so I can hear Uri Geller and Sir David Frost talking. But I had some guy that was that was taking birthdays and then giving like these psychic medical readings of the people that were there. Yeah. And I couldn't see any of the show. I could just hear it going on. And I just remember sitting there kind of sweating, you know, wearing a tweed sport coat and a tie and everything else, kind of nervous about what the hell's going on. I'm thinking like, you know, how do I get myself into this? Because, you know, what if, you know, I'm looking at this thing and what if he comes back and calls it a trash can or something else, you know, a taco stand or something? I have no idea. And while I'm thinking these things, this guy that's doing the psychic medical readings, he's going, and so you have pancreatitis and you have this and you have that. Is that right? And you hear this little old British guy go, no, I don't have anything wrong with me. I'm perfectly fit. Is that, you know? So the guy's going, oh, well, are you sure? Have you been seeing a doctor? I see a doctor all the time. There's nothing wrong with me, you know, kind of thing. So I'm like, oh, crash and burn. And then they just move him on to the next person who goes, yes, I do have rheumatism in my left hand. And, oh, you know, it goes on. But he just bombed on the first one. And then I thought, geez, not good. And no good smooth recovery either. It was like David Frost just slid it around quickly to the next one. So then we get to Ingo, and I mean to Yuri, and they're like, okay. And Yuri's going through his whole showmanship thing, right? But I love this guy. He was a paratrooper in the Israeli Defense Forces. He actually got wounded, you know, in the 7-Day War. So, you know, go Yuri, airborne. So he's there and they're going, okay, now Yuri is ready for you to send the image. I'm going, thinking to myself, being an infantryman, right? I'm like, I'm just going to be looking at a picture here. I'm going to really bear down on this thing and look at this picture, you know? And so they give me like a target folder with a picture of the Jefferson Memorial, like they cut out of a magazine. And I have this thing in my ear and it keeps falling out. So I can't, they'll start talking, it'll fall out again. I mean, damn, trying to stick it in my ear. And now I'm looking at this picture and I'm going, okay, I'm sending it now. Like it's just like staring at this thing. And then Yuri starts drawing, he curves the top and he goes, it's got like legs. Maybe it's a UFO. And I'm going, don't say UFO, I'm thinking to myself. And then he goes, I don't know what this is, but he sketched this thing that looked like a dome with pillars coming down and like a round stairway and trees on the side of it. And then they stopped everything then. And then they just did the video slider and they blended his sketch that he made on an easel. They blended his sketch into the Jefferson Memorial, and then the contour of it matched perfectly. But the steps were off and the pillars were off. But hey, and so the crowd erupts. Yeah. And so then, Sir David Frost says, "Well, if it worked one way, it should work the other way." Now I was the pucker factor, because now
you
it was
shit your pants, didn't you?
I really did. I pooped my pants. Yeah, I really, really did. I'm sure I did. I just didn't check, but I was glad I was alone in the room, because I was like, holy crap, holy crap. And so then a production assistant comes in, tosses me a couple of pieces of paper and a magic marker kind of thing, oh God, magic marker. So, which we always worked with, these things were called Ingo pins, the pilot pins, but now I get a magic marker. And they go, okay, so Yuri is now beaming the image to you. And they have this music playing and everything, sweat's like pouring out of my face. And I'm thinking, you screwed this up. You really screwed this up. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Here you are. You've been out pitching a book. You're going to fall on your face. The whole thing is going to end. It's going to be over. You're a fraud, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just, So all I could do was revert back to training. It's kind of like jumping out of an airplane and they tell you count to 4. And if it doesn't open, pull a reserve. Don't think about it. Don't look up to find out why it didn't open. Just pull the damn reserve. Yeah. So I'm just like, okay. And I did it. And I said, it's kind of square at the top and got some vertical scratchy lines on it. And it's got like shoulders on it. It comes down, gets narrow and then gets wide again at the bottom. But it's kind of see-through-ish, but it's like a bodice, like kind of like a dress bodice, but see-through, kind of thing. And then they did the same thing there. They blended stuff. And I didn't know what it was, but then I said, well, what was it? And David Frost says, it was a Poland Springs water bottle. He was, he was holding in his hand and staring at it. And I just thought, I will never, thank you, God, I will never, ever do that again, ever. I will not relegate the truth about what I'm talking about and the human capability that we're talking about. I'm never going to relegate that to that kind of a superficial, meaningless parlor trick of a test. Yeah. That's for showmen like Yuri to do. I'm not a showman. So I had no business doing that. And I could have damaged not only myself, but I could have damaged the possibility of a lot of people over the years to come that stepped in courageously to learn these protocols. Yeah. And to change themselves, transform themselves in a really positive way. And I will never distill it down to something like that because it's just not worth it.
Well, speaking of cheap parlor tricks.
Yeah, speaking of cheap parlor tricks.
Here is ChatGPT. Let's all right. Let's see. All right, Lynn. Let me pull it. Okay. All right, what's the target?
Well, this is up on the screen. What does it say?
Okay, so let me zoom in. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I've already asked it to, remote view 3 targets before. I know the results. I'm And the other thing too is for the audience, I want you to, once Lynn says what the coordinates are, I'm just going to type them in, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT to tell me about the target. Okay. Again, I ran a test 3 times before. I got 3 consistent results. Okay. I just want to see for the audience if I get the same sort of thing if Lynn's providing a coordinates.
For coordinates, I'll give you something that has nothing to do whatever with the target, so there's no pollution. I'll give you today's date, 231109. That's your coordinates.
Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm back. You please remote view following target. Anything in the tasker?
Nope.
That I should add? Nope. Okay.
No.
Here we go.
Oh, you should have put the question mark there. Hold on.
Okay, I'm going to read it out loud because it's
okay.
Okay. Certainly, I can create a fictional description based on the provided target. Like they're very, very careful at ChatGPT at explaining they're not linked to the internet, etc. So focusing on the coordinate 231109, I sense a natural setting, a serene and expansive landscape. The location appears to be a quiet mountain valley surrounded by majestic peaks. The air is crisp, and the scenery is adorned with lush greenery. In the center of the valley, there is a crystal clear lake reflecting the surrounding mountains. The water is calm, and you can hear the gentle rustling of leaves from the trees that line the lake shore. The sunlight filters through the branches, creating a play of shadows and light. Near the lake, there's a secluded cabin, blending harmoniously with the natural environment. Smoke rises from the chimney, suggesting a warm fireplace inside. The cabinet exudes a sense of tranquility and solitude, making it a perfect retreat for those seeking a connection with nature. Overall, the coordinates 231109 lead me to imagine a picturesque mountain valley with a serene lake and cozy cabin, providing a peaceful escape into the beauty of the natural world. Okay, let's give people in chat some time to think through that.
Okay, and see what they can get without polluting.
Yeah, let me pull this down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally polluted it, didn't I?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, now they've all heard it and read it. So now anything they pull up will be front loaded be that. So you probably should just let them all live with what they think they perceived and maybe write it, objectify for themselves, and then see the feedback. And then also, then we'll discuss exactly what ChatGPT actually pulled up.
All right. So you want to unveil it, Lynn?
Yeah, if I can get this to where it's nuns ice skating on the frozen roof of their convent in the middle of wintertime.
Which would not be a picturesque nature setting with mountains and small cabin.
Right. No.
Yeah. And so the first 3 tests, I used your targets, Lynn, from your website.
Yeah.
Were all fails. So it's 0 for 4.
That's 4 for 4. Yeah. AI can't cut it. Yeah.
And if you're looking and analyzing that AI and going back and looking for actual quantifiable attributes, you're going to find that there are things that are within that are generic to certain things like hills or mountains, some sort of a structure, body of water, those kinds of things. It's nothing specific, and it's pulling up in some degree of quantity generic descriptions of things that it think will fit. It's an AI gamble, to
right. It's rolling the dice.
What it could be.
Right.
Yeah.
And Zualguyo Carpet said, "I love penguins." For beginning students who have to name things, describe, do not name, you know?
Right.
I don't know how many of them.
Forget the name of what it is you're looking at.
With penguins, yeah.
It's not your job to identify what you're looking at. It's your job to describe all of the elements of the gestalt.
Yeah.
The colors, the textures, the temperatures, the taste,
great.
the sounds, the smells, the dimensionals, the energetics, the intangibles, the aesthetics, the emotionals. That's what your job is as a remote viewer, not to try to say it's 8 nuns ice skating on the rooftop of a convent. That's not what you're after. It's not what you're after if you understand the intention behind the protocols. The protocols are designed to make you dissect the gestalt of the target.
And
If you don't understand what a gestalt of a target is, you can look that up.
Yeah.
But it's greater than the sum of its parts. That's what a gestalt is in simple terms. But you can look that up and you can understand simple, complex, compound, etc. Simple, compound, and complex gestalts and what the differences of those are. And then you'll understand more about what AI was trying to do there, which was to assemble a generic description of something that encompassed as many things as it could think of, might possibly be at any one place, you know?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, there was something floating around on Twitter where they had like 2 or 3 photos, and they claimed that ChatGPT did a remote viewing, and they looked to be kind of pretty close. They had the colors right and things like that. But I wanted to do this in real time live so that people could see. Right, because you can hoax that pretty easily.
My concern is that just looking at the comments, people are like, AI is now sentient, and on and on and on. It's actually not, but it is. You could also completely, if it started getting things right, which if you do this enough, if enough people do this long enough, it'll start, because it doesn't forget anything. Actually, we don't either, but we can recall as fast, but it really is constantly in the process of reconstructing and reconstructing at the speed of electrons. So if you keep doing it long enough and you keep testing it long enough, it will start to learn, generic answers that will encompass enough things that it can, the layperson will look at that and go, it got it. That's what'll happen.
It can
exactly. It's exactly what it'll do. So it's why it's a dangerous game to play with it, because again, it starts to undermine eventually, not at this stage, but eventually it'll start to undermine people's beliefs and their own abilities to be capable of doing this, because they will then turn around and go, AI can do it.
Yeah.
It's sentient, as was already, put out there in the comments.
Carrie is evidently either knows Ingo or has taken CR retraining. She says, describe, don't identify. This is Ingo would turn this into you. Describe, don't identify. Yeah.
Doug Miller has been to my TCCC training, my company's TCCC training. Yeah. Just says Morehouse is a great TCCC teacher as well. Actually, I don't teach TCCC, but thank you for that. I mean, my company does. I'm not a provider, but I know how to follow the March algorithm and do everything that's there. I know that, but I don't think anybody wants to really be taught by me. Maybe a Marine or a Ranger would, but no providers want to be taught by me. That would be like having a shoe salesman do it.
Have either of you seen these videos of the MH370 with the orbs, like 3 orbs flying around it on 2 different platforms and then disappearing into a portal? All right, so we'll move on.
I haven't seen it, but if I see it, if you're looking at it, it's a fabrication. I mean, first of all, who's claiming that they took the video? But if you're going to ask me about that particular aircraft, it doesn't sound like a lot of people understand. There's a brand new report that was 3.5 years in the making that is talking about whisper technology. which is the Weak Signal Propagation Reporter. WHISPER is the acronym. They're using two different kinds of weak signals, like GPS grids and produced by satellites, and then WHISPER is think like ham radio operators. And what happens is they actually can see anybody moving through the air, right? They can see a body moving through the air, in this case, MH370. And as it was moving through the air, it actually leaves a trail, like if it were moving through the water. So it's almost like LiDAR, but it's not LiDAR. It's just looking at how that mesh of waveforms, which go out uniformly, and now they can see them being broken. Two different kinds of waveforms now. And in compiling and correlating those, they've now determined a new location for MH370, which is something like 800 and something miles from the coast of, I think, Perth, Australia.
It went there.
Yeah, they've narrowed it down, like from where it was, which was, I don't know how many, 300 square miles or something like that. Now it's narrowed down to something that's like 80 kilometers wide by 100 kilometers long. I might be off on that. You can check the numbers, but they're the same craft that we're looking at it in, before. That deep sea diver ship is out there now looking for it, but they're like in the 90 percentile convinced and that they're now plotting is accurate. And it's just a matter of doing the search there. And that's where it went down. And it took them, like 2.5 years to compile the data, and then considerably more time, well over a year, to actually analyze the data and piece the picture together. So I'm gonna put, if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would put money on that. But then when that happens, I want everybody to look back to all the bullshit, that has been thrown out there about what really went on with this. And all of the experts who stood up because they have those days a Twitter feed or whatever else, and standing up and telling the whole world that they know what happened, that the US shot it down because it was taking secret radio parts into China, or that, this happened or that happened. And it just makes me ill, because we have lost our discernment switch, where we see this crap out there like this, people just glom onto it and start to believe it. And they refuse to accept the fact that there are people who propagate that stuff and promote it and do it with absolutely no element of truth in mind. They love the idea that all they have to do is utilize social media to get more than their 15 minutes of fame. And now they become the purveyor of all truth and conspiracy about everything that happened about this. Despite what any of the relatives or anybody else is feeling, anyone who lost loved ones on that aircraft, from the pilots to the last person in the last seat, none of that matters to these people, because they just are part of the fakery and the distortion and the lies and the bullshit and conspiracy that they toss out there. And I'm just not that, and I really don't appreciate it. And it's it seems like in the last 10 years, it's just become the status quo that's out there.
The norm these days, yeah.
It's so disheartening, to see that crap. And so now, science appears that it's going to prevail unless it completely disintegrated when it hit the water, which probably a big part of it did. But the question is, then if it did, why didn't it wash up somewhere? I mean, they claim that they found some pieces of it, and that's been debated. Some they know were, but others they know were not. But still, that search is now ongoing. But that report came out. Anybody, know when that report came out? It came out only 3 months ago or something.
Yeah.
It was released 3 months ago, September. Yeah, just looked at it, September. So
okay. Next question. Okay, do you think individuals can do real-time remote viewing, and that could explain individuals seeing while blindfolded?
But seeing while blindfolded is not remote viewing. But
Right.
the principle, I think, probably the same.
I agree. The principle would be the same, but I'd have to see it. I mean, I think they're referencing is this thing where kids have got blindfolds on and they're reading books sitting in their lap. I'm gonna have to be sitting right there, and I get to pick the book. You're see, this is what I'm talking about with the discernment thing. Just because some girl puts it on, on a documentary and says, "Here's what we're able to do with these kids," you can't buy that hook, line, and sinker, because trying to think about, how a remote viewer would be capable of doing that. You're detecting and decoding a waveform expression of something, and you're not 100% accurate. You never have been, you never will be. And, and one person doing it, independent of other people, further degrades the potential for, high levels of accuracy, and it increases the potential for crap. So and remote viewers were never really good at reading the names of things or coming up with the names of things. Ingo came up with this stage 7, which was that phonetic stage, which none of us ever did. You may have done it, Lynn, but I just said,
wasn't Tom McNair is the only one.
Yeah.
I mean, the number of people who have come up with a name, it's like, it's so insignificant in the overall body of work. Now, somebody may say, well, these kids are just more psychic, than everybody else. But
by the time it got around to me, Ingo's calling that stage 8, by the way. That's part of stage 8, yeah.
Well, I just refused to do it. I wasn't going to sit there and bark like a dog to try to figure out if I could come up with a name of something. It seemed to be less than actionable as intelligence from my perspective.
Well,
so
he had changed it from that too, anyway. So
yeah, and so I'm not gonna say that individuals can't sense. Develop a modality of perception, or maybe gleaning the context of a book or something that they're holding, right? That, because I believe that the symbols that become the print or the writing in a book become a waveform expression of the thoughts and the heart and the intention of the author of those things. I believe that. And so I believe that there could be a way to touch a book and through a kinesthetic modality of perception to be able to interpret, meaning and a sense of what that author was attempting to portray in the book. I believe that. But as a scientist and a guy who was trained, in those things at university level, as in physics and beyond, I'm just not going to I'm not going to sit here and go, oh shit, wow, you can really do that. You took a bunch of kids, put blindfolds on them, and they're all sitting there reading children's books, word for word, left to right, top to bottom, on a, nah. I mean, if it's real and it were in a peer-reviewed, published study, which it's not, but if it were, and it were out there, the entire scientific community would jump on this thing and start unraveling it or unraveling it. They'd either be wrapping it in their own beliefs and interpretations to further it, or they'd start unraveling it and picking it apart. But it is not a peer-reviewed study. It's not. It's one person standing there on a Netflix documentary saying that this is what we train kids to do. Okay, stop believing in that stuff until you see quantifiable empirical evidence of that capability, because it is another one of these things that it contributes to the decline effect. Okay, if it's not a replicatable experiment, if an independent person or independent research agency cannot come in and replicate that same experimentation with the same people and a control group and another body of people, then it is not a replicatable experiment. The science is junk science, and it's just being thrown out there for those who are willing to eat that kind of pablum, as reality, and it's not reality. So
no attacking the people. I'm telling you just how I process that kind of information. I don't buy it just because it showed up on a Netflix documentary.
Right.
Call me a jerk, but I just don't. There are too many more important things that we need to be focusing on. And there are too many more things that Lynn and I both understand that are realities within the human ability to do things. But to throw that out and draw a crowd by saying that, you know, we've trained kids to read books behind blindfolds is just an overstatement of facts and reality, and it has not been checked, it has not been proven, and it has not been replicated. And it is that kind of stuff, that kind of conduct is exactly what contributes to decline effect. Exactly what does that. I'm sorry.
And that woman holds up a card of pictures, and then one by one, the card, you know, and the kids know what's on the picture, even though they're blindfolded. I would love to see her shuffle those cards first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you know, look, I have seen, because one of my students, Mari, has two really beautiful children, you know, the 12 and 15 or something now. And I'm not going to give their names, but she has documented, she's asked me about how to train children, you know, and it's not, don't train them in coordinate remote viewing. There are other things you can teach and train them to do, other exercises that they can do.
Sure.
And I can see them, and she's shown me, they'll have a bowl of plastic squares in front of them. And the plastic squares are all identical in texture and size and their dimension. And they are divided into two colors. One's yellow and one's purple. And then there's a big bowl of them, and then there's a bowl on either side of the big bowl. With a mindfold on, both the daughter and the son will, when they're each going through the experiment or the training exercise, it's not an experiment for them. They will pick up they'll pick up a chip, a plastic chip, and they have to determine using whatever modality of perception that they're going to utilize. Is it a purple chip or a blue chip rather, or is it a yellow chip? And then put the blue chips in one bowl and the yellow chips in another bowl. Interesting thing is that her daughter, the older of the two, can actually picks up the chips and puts her tongue on it. So her modality of perception is gustatory, which is a minor modality of perception, but with that gustatory perception, she can put the chips in the different bowls. Now, are they 100% accurate on that? Absolutely not. And it's not the intention, but are they running in like the 50s and then some days the 60s and other days like the 70% accurate ability to use that modality of perception for her to do it? The son picks them up and feels them, as I recall. So he can pick it up and feel it and go, oh, that's a yellow one. He'll pick it up. So that's a kinesthetic, tactile, you know, modality of perception. And he can do that. But again, in doing that, and these are kids that have been training to do this for a very long time, along with a whole myriad of other kinds of training modalities and things that they're working on. But to throw a mindfold on and read a book line by line, top to bottom, you're not going to sell this old war dog on that. You're going to have to show me that. I mean, you're going to have to publish a paper and I'll read that. And now I want to see what the
and you get to give them the book. You get to give the kids the book, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I get to give you the book, right? Yeah.
All right. So this one is it's a question about well, anybody can RV. It seems like certain life experiences can facilitate a thinning of the veil. Is it true that the unit recruited people who had near-death experiences?
Well, I didn't have a near-death experience. So, I mean, I just flat got knocked out. So I didn't swallow my tongue or, you know, almost die or anything like that. I don't think Lynn had a near-death experience. No. Ed Dames didn't have a near-death experience. Mel Riley didn't have a near-death experience, nor did Gabrielle Pettengill, and I don't think Paul Smith did. Joe McMonagle originally said he had a heart attack and had an experience after the heart attack, but that got a little bit more refined in years to come, and he finally told somebody that he got shot while he was serving as a spy in, and he was a warrant officer in the intel world. So I'm like, Ian May, I'm thinking, did we ever have warrant officers in the intel, world running the streets of East Berlin? Lynn, are you aware of any of that kind of stuff? I mean, where you go get shot as a warrant officer in the army?
Warrant officer, no, you stick the enlisted people, they're expendable.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I mean, in reality, folks,
Yeah, but they get captured,
people
though, right?
Yeah, but we didn't send army personnel over to do that. That would have been that would constitute an act of war. We sent CIA operatives over there to do that, or recruited individuals, to serve as. But we didn't send army intel, folks. There's not an MOS that I'm aware of, and I looked. It says, operative. Yeah, there is now in the Secret Army of Northern Virginia, but that's not actually an MOS for them. But
yeah,
they're just supposed to be. They're supposed to be support infrastructure builders and supporters to support clandestine covert military operations in tier 1 and 2 countries, but to be there, to collect intel, to be aggressively going against the real or perceived enemies. Like in those days, was that happening where he was in, basically within the Soviet Union collecting information and got shot? So, I'm not going to say that didn't happen. I'm just going to say
you do get
it's fishy for me. So
you do get assignments at times on secret missions, but it's not an MOS. It's not your job,
and well, secret missions across the border into East Berlin to outrun the Stasi and that kind of stuff. Not army. Not army folk. Yeah. Not even Air Force folk. We don't even want them to get shot down. That's why we're so concerned about when Powers got shot down in the, what did they call it? The unit, or no, what they call it, the gizmo or the article. It was the article, meaning
was that
SR-71
Gary?
Called the
Gary Powers. Yeah, but he was like a CIA pilot, right?
No, he was an Air Force pilot. Okay. He and like 5 others were recruited by the CIA to fly that aircraft. But they were military personnel, and they were also given, poison they were supposed to kill themselves if they crashed, like on the way down. So they didn't get captured and talk about the capabilities of the aircraft, which he didn't do. Yeah.
All right. Do you guys know anybody on the crypto viewing team?
No.
All right.
I told you.
Well, yeah. I know Des Smith and several of the others. Yeah, I know them.
Ed Reardon?
Oh, no, I don't know him personally. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, you put your money in that and trust it to that process. That's Darwinian pruning at its finest. Go right on ahead. I mean, I'm telling, we're already sitting here telling you that it's not 100% accurate. No. It never has been, never will be. But if you're going to call it, well, if they can be close enough, then go right ahead. But no, we don't know anybody there.
It's still also the Wild West in crypto viewing. Like it's not a.
Oh yeah.
I don't think yet it's considered a stock, right? But they're starting to regulate it, but it's still kind of unregulated, which is why you can kind of get away with some of the stuff.
It's a perfect no man's land, right? I mean, you're a CFO, former CFO. I mean, you've got a graduate degree in finance from Stanford. So yeah, man, this stuff. It's like, it's not regulated. And so that's why they can do it. The SEC.
I'd correct you on the school, but it would sound even more annoying.
Oh, Harvard. It was Harvard. You're right. Even worse. Have you heard about all the billions of dollars that the Ivy League have been taking from terrorist countries rather? It's like pretty funny.
Okay, let's the next one. Would it be easier in children, RV, or would it be harder since they had? Yeah, we talked about this either Lynn or Dave about the experiential.
The younger you
Rolodex.
start, and don't train them in coordinated remote viewing, because don't do that. And Lynn, please chime in here. But my experience, the youngest one I've ever trained is 12 years of age, and that was in Norway. And he was a very bright young man, but the lexicon that you utilize, the lexicon and the meaning and, you know, the science behind it, or the places where the holes and the explanations are you know, there, it's too hard for a person, you know, that's very young to juggle all of that. And then the idea that, okay, well, I'm going to dumb it down to the protocols and dumb them down and change the lexicon and, you know, make it more fun. Well, now you're just bastardizing the whole protocol. So don't do that. There are other things you can do to help a child discover that they are omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, right? Eternal, that they are not just here or there, they're everywhere, and that they have the ability to tap into this, and that it's a, if you want to call it a creator given or a God given ability, it's that. And why were we given that ability if we weren't intended to use it in some way? Why were all of us given this ability? Why are we all born into this life? You know, with the neural capacity to learn to read, write, speak, understand any language, to understand every mathematical and scientific concept, to become, and we just transform into being artists and musicians or mathematicians or physicists or so whatever variation we choose in our life. But we're all born with that ability. And this idea, you know, that the legions of the status quo spend a great deal of time trying to carve out what your place will be in this world. That's a great tragedy, because you're capable and your children are capable of being anything. And they really need to understand that about themselves. And yeah, there can be certain limiting factors that unfortunately are there, but there are ways to overcome those if you understand what you're dealing with. You've got this precious treasure that is capable of doing that. And, you know, and the ones that don't, that come in with other obstructions and difficulty, they're here for a purpose too. And they are here to teach the rest of us humility and love and understanding and patience and other things. They are not disqualified from that equation. They are in this equation in a very big and powerful way. They are here as a test to humanity to understand their role in this life and what they are here to teach us, and the power of the parents who live with that day in and day out and never neglect it and never let go of it.
Yeah.
And that to me is one of the more touching and amazing things that I see. But if you're all, there are so many things you can do to grab a young child's mind and teach them these things, like the plastic chips and other things, like even the crazy funny stuff. Like, you know, this same Mari was teaching her children, you know, about the power of words and thoughts using Amaro's, I probably bastardized his name there, the crystal formations thing, right? With, and they were doing sugar crystals because those would be faster. They're going to do the sugar crystals, and they put power words on the outside like love and you're beautiful and all that kind of stuff. And they had them
the
all
water.
Yeah, with the water and sugar crystals with the spring in it, right? To see what kinds.
Yeah.
If like I hate you or you're ugly, if that formed ugly crystals, and you know the experiment failed because her husband came in, picked up all the jars on they were sitting up on the sill, and he goes like, "What the hell's all this for?" Takes the tops off and pours them all out.
Well, there's a Japanese scientist who
Amaro or Maru or something like that.
Yeah, we answered them.
So,
yeah.
One time,
Lynn, anything that?
Yeah, one time when my youngest son heard about the remote viewing for the first time after, you know, what we did became declassified and all that, he said, well, I want to see what this is for myself. And so I just pulled a random target, and it was a fairly complex target. And I mean, he flat aced it. I mean, just amazingly aced it. And I showed him the feedback, and he basically said, "You get paid for this," and turned around and walked off. He's never been interested in it since.
Yeah.
How old was he when he did that?
He was about 14, I think.
Okay. To each his own, I guess. All right, here's
Yeah.
another one. Here's another one.
He said, big deal. So, yeah.
Okay. Any specific recommendation on binaural frequencies? So 7 hertz, isn't that alpha wave?
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know. It's like look, it's
like beginning of
it
alpha,
depends
right?
on what
Yeah.
you're asking. You know, binaural beat is different than brainwave frequencies. So brainwave frequencies you're looking from, you know, to gamma to beta to alpha to theta to delta,
Yeah.
more or less. And you can see what the spectrum of that is. Binaural beat can, you know, how you're going to, you don't just listen to binaural beat, you listen to binaural beat laced into something else, typically pink noise. And it's in pink noise because pink noise has a more acceptable and soothing frequency than white noise.
Yeah.
White noise can, for some people actually start to hear like voices and other things in it. And it's not EVP. I mean, maybe it is, I don't know, but people start to actually hear things talking or music playing. I think it just has something to do with the frequency and how it plays with or combines things that are going on in the brain.
Well,
the binaural beat, you can look that up. There are different binaural beats to accomplish different things. So
yeah.
It's also the difference. It's also the difference in the, you have
one
one
frequency
coming in,
Yeah.
one frequency coming in, and the difference will be the brainwave frequency.
The
Right.
Monroe Institute thing is that if you hear the wah 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 wah, you know, the binaural beat, and you listen to it long enough, your frequency following, your tendency to frequency follow will get your brainwave to working at that same beat, and will tend to get your brainwaves working at the same beat, simply to get into the rhythm of what you're hearing.
Yeah.
Because your right brain or your left brain is more dominant, right? It's the analytical side, and it's constantly driving you, and you kind of need to kind of get the right brain in sync with it. So the right brain is a more.
Oh, when you hear music,
I hope I'm getting.
Yeah, when you hear music, you get into the beat. You know.
Yeah. All right. This I think what this one's for. Let's see. Is this the right? Yeah. Okay. That's a weird question. Lynn, can you remote view another viewer's abilities before they know they have one? Or have you ever considered that?
Probably could. I don't. We had Executive Order 11905, which changed to Executive Order 12333 about remote viewing U.S. citizens, and I still don't do it. And I find getting into people's personal minds and all that, I find it very distasteful. I don't care to do it. So I don't. Would it be possible? Probably so. I don't know. I think Sean is frozen. I think his signal.
Can you hear? Can you still hear me though?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to post for. It does this from time to time. It just kind of hangs. So I'll keep talking. If I fall off, don't drop off. I'll just come back on if I need to. Well, I'll just come back on. All right. So let's see. Okay. Any thoughts on the? That's a weird question. Any thoughts on the alleged rise of flat earther believers? Not really anything to do with remote viewing, but
well, again, it's you know, can I first answer the? I knew I had some notes on it. The binaural beat.
Yeah.
And let me just give you, like, if you're going after an alpha brainwave state, which is 8 to 15 hertz, In order to entrain the brain to the 8 to 15 hertz, you want a binaural beat that generates, a 15 hertz signal. So the way that works is the binaural beat would be 200 in one ear and 215 in the other ear, because it is the delta between those two frequencies that sets up the entrainment wave. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can,
it's literally a trigonometric function. It's like a
Absolutely.
trigonometric identity, right? If folks study
The fact is though that the sound waves are not interacting.
Well, they're interacting in
your brain,
electrochemical processes of the brain.
But you take two notes on the piano and they interact, you get the wah wah wah. With the headsets, the actual sound waves never collide. They never wah wah wah. It's all in your mind. Yeah.
These were actually not the construct of Robert Monroe. There's a Prussian physicist by the name of Heinrich William Dove in 1839 who first came up with this. And he had these large wax cones that were the wax cones that were held up by stands. And people would sit there and they push the small end of the wax cones in. And they were playing different frequencies and getting people to describe the sensations that they were going. That's when this was first discovered.
Yeah, Bob just made a business out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Very well said. Yeah. So it's been around a long time, but that's how you do it. You just understand there's a delta between the two. And for creating binaural beat, there are a number of quality audio programs out there that will do it for you, that you can create the binaural beat. And you're just recording one track and another track and in stereo, saying this track gets played on this channel and this track gets played on that channel. So, and it has to be stereo. If it's just being played, over any kind of an external speaker system, which I know those are my students are going to go, yeah, but you do that. Yes, we do that. But we also, play. It used to be big sets of speakers on one side of the room and big sets of speakers on the other side of the room. And, you had now an MP3, but you had CDs and you were encouraged to put headphones on and listen to it for your cool down that way. Yeah. So
all right,
I hope that helps answer that question.
Two things I want to say. Number one, J. Frank Garcia knows better. Number two, Dave, you're gonna blow your top on this question. You probably already see it. Yeah, I think you already. They already asked.
Actually, they did, and they control the moon as well. So.
No, yeah.
No, I mean, come on. Jeez,
I was stationed in Japan, and the Japanese economy and the way the U.S. military pays the Japanese economy. Listen, the Japanese won that war. They're getting rich off of the U.S. military, filthy rich. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one.
No, my friend, the Nazis did not win the war. So again, Darwinianism. It's like, it's like the guys that paid for the fire festival.
Oh yeah. There's a whole documentary on that thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the guy.
All right, a guy you already answered this one.
Yeah,
you already answered this one, Lynn. He was 14. Your son was when you, I guess, taught him remote viewing.
Introduced him to it.
Okay, let's see this one.
Yeah.
People are funny.
Yeah, Dave, this is for you.
It's not overlay. It was the overlay is in people's interpretations of what I was actually describing there, which you're referring to the incident where I recount upchucking, vomiting, whatever you want to call it, spitting, trying to clear my lungs, my throat of fluid that was present there. And people reading that, in part because the original manuscript was 740 pages long, which was whittled down over a period of about 3 weeks by my editor and his assistant, cut out a great number of descriptors that would have made these things clear. We said earlier in addressing a bilocation that a bilocation is not, a projection of you somewhere where you're now, vomiting seawater because you're looking at a submarine under the sea. It's, you have to, and to actually have a bilocation that manifests as a true physiological response, you have to have had something in your experience Rolodex for your brain and body to actually relate to try to understand, to replicate those physiological indicators. For example, there's a reason in the military that we keep track of heat casualties. If you've been a heat casualty, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, you're tagged. And every medic in that platoon and the leadership know that you've been a heat casualty. Why? Because when you've been a heat casualty and put your body at risk like that, your brain remembers. And so every time you're out on another road march with your weapons and the heat is high, you're the guy that they know is going to go down first. And why is that going to happen? Because unlike the last time where you pushed your body to the point that you collapsed with heat stroke or heat exhaustion and may have nearly died, and you halt the entire tactical formation unless they're like me and would have just said, pick them up and carry them. But that's what they will do. And the next time you do it, as the temperature starts to climb, and even long before your body core temperature actually ever gets to that level again, where you start to do damage, your brain will be sending signals to the body that cause the body to start reacting to that. Like it's going to start doing it before it gets to that place again. And it does that. So what happens is now you're not even at the place where you were the last time, but you're starting to feel like you were at the place where you were the last time. So you go down first, and that's why they know that's going to happen. That's what we're talking about. Something in the experience Rolodex that when the conditions begin to replicate, that the brain goes, oh, danger, Will Robinson, and starts sending out signals to the body to start reacting and shutting down again. The same thing happens if you've ever been a cold casualty, or if you've been to Everest and lost some toes or a foot. The next time you are exposed to decreasing temperatures, and every mountaineer knows this, or anybody that's ever been a cold casualty, that now what happens is long before the temperature gets to the place where flesh freezes this time, the same pain indicators get sent, even to the phantom limb, right? Because it's gone. Those things all start to shut down sooner, and you can't go as far. Your body is preventing you from damaging itself again. Now, still some push on and, lose yet more parts of their body. But the point here is that the body in its divine design protects you from your stupid moves to keep pushing the envelope, etc., again and again.
Yeah,
that's an example of what happens in a bilocation. In my particular time, how I equated to this is that I'm a combat diver. I'm a special operations combat diver. And in dive school, when I went to dive school back in the really early 80s, they did things, particularly at Dock 45 in Panama with the 3rd of the 7th Special Forces ODA 18, I think, or OD. I don't remember what the ODA was. But they did things that weren't done at the normal dive school up in Pensacola, Florida. So they had this one drill, and I got to shorten this story, but they had a drill where they actually had you, choose one of 3 tanks, and each tank had a different amount of air in it. And you had to swim between these cones, doing some exercise like picking up a weighted donut and putting it over the cone, swim to the next cone. And the deal was this: you're going to run out of air. When you run out of air, the whole class is sitting up in the bleachers looking at this mirror thing that reflects down. They can see you swimming back and forth. They're trying to reinforce how far you can go if you run out of air. there are reasons why they want you to learn that. There are rescue divers there. You're not going to drown completely, but you're going to run out of air and black out. And they want everybody to see what happens when that happens. So I did that, and it gets tunnel vision, tunnel vision, tunnel vision. And the deal is, if you break the surface, if you panic and break the surface, you're out of the class, and you work too hard to get into that school. It's a hard school to get into. So when you're there, you're going to stay there as best you can. And if it means blacking out, you're going to black out, which is not pleasant, but it's not the worst of things either. So what happens is you black out. And when you black out, you just sort of still gyrate like you're swimming, because your brain's still trying to send the signals for you to swim. And of course, there's an instructor up on the deck talking to everybody, and looking, this is what's happening, this is what's happening. And then what occurs is the weight of the tanks, empty of air, pull you to your back. And when they pull you to your back, now typically the weight belt portion of you, right? Your back is down, the weight belt's pulling your lower extremities down. So the high point is your mouth with no lip pressure around a regulator, and your lungs with the air in them that you held until all the oxygen was gone starts to escape. And as it escapes, it's backfilled with water. So it comes out and water comes in. And when the water comes in, and they bring you back, they grab you, the rescue divers, they bring you up, and they just, I hate to use the term revive you. I mean, they just, they get you turned over, and they get oxygen into you. And then you're like, what the hell? What happened? And then of course, everybody tells you. And of course, at that point, you start coughing. And the reason you're coughing and spitting up and kind of vomiting is because your lungs have now suffered the insult of the water in the alveoli of the lungs. And the lungs produce fluid in the alveoli to protect the alveoli from the water, whether it's salt water, fresh water, pool water, whatever it is. It understands that there's now a foreign liquid in the lungs, and it tries to protect the alveoli. So you throw that up. Well, just like being a cold casualty, a heat casualty, or any one of probably 1,000 other kinds of things that the body remembers, this was mine. So now all of a sudden, I'm detecting, decoding, and objectifying, and it's a submarine. And it was, as I recall, a training target. It might have been an actual Soviet submarine. I don't remember that part, but I know that what started to happen is I just started to get phlegmy and liquidy. I felt like I had something like in my throat coming up out of my trachea, through past my epiglottis. And so I'm coughing, and I coughed enough that I started spitting it on the table in front of Gabrielle. But that's an example of bilocation. It was my brain detecting and decoding darkness, pressure, water, temperature, etc., to where it was understanding based on its Rolodex that this is where it is. And so it triggers this physiological response in the body where the alveoli just start producing naturally the protectant to the insult of the lungs. It doesn't know it's not underwater. It's just the brain where this messaging and the detecting and decoding is coming from. That's why it does this. And that's a bilocation. It's not because I was projected.
You're two places at once, right?
In two places at once. That completely is in violation of the laws of physics and how we understand the quantum mechanical processes that go on as remote viewers. I hope that explains that to everybody, that you should not use the term bilocation in the way in which you're using it, indicating a projection.
So there's more context on the flat earther question. I don't think it was. I think it was like an IC op kind of gone wrong.
It's just, again, it's this thing that people who typically, 10 years ago wouldn't have been given a second glance, now find a voice on social media and, get a documentary done and a bunch of other things. And then other people, like there was a physicist, actually it's a trained physicist, who turned around and called them scientists. Now you have to understand the context in which he was calling them scientists. He called them scientists because he was saying they're inquisitive, they're testing their hypothesis, and they're trying to see whether or not it's real, and that's science. That's okay. So they're scientists. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got that. But then they have to be courageous enough to take the data, like right there on the documentary. I think most people saw. I mean, the test that was set up in the documentary proved that there was curvature to the Earth. I mean, and so that should have been where this ended. Right? The Earth is curved. We just proved it while we were trying to disprove it, or genuinely trying to figure it out. But no. Because I think they've invested in the flat Earth clocks and the T-shirts, and that they've got probably the place laid on for the conference for the next 5 or 10 years, and so they're going to keep pushing that thing forward because somebody's making money off of it. Yeah. Somebody is, and so it'll keep being there. Is it real? Come on, seriously? No. Okay, no. And if you believe that, then put some money in the crypto remote viewing organization.
Now people are busting my balls now too.
I saw a cartoon the other day that had the sun and all the planets lined up.
Yeah.
And all the planets were round except the Earth. It was fun.
Right. That's so funny. It's just so funny that people kind of glom onto those things, and they actually think it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, seriously, saw it on YouTube. Oh, you saw it on YouTube. There you go. Well, that answers it for me. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm going to buy a T-shirt.
Are they making a movie about you?
Oh, no. You misspelled my name there. That's, God, who is that guy? That's, what was the name of the guy that's on
that? Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh, yeah. Andrew Dice Clay. Wow. Yeah. I haven't talked about that guy in a long time. No, they were, Psychic Warrior was purchased to be a movie. So was The Deceivers, which was my first novel, which it can't get published unless they ever make the movie, which I don't know if they ever will. That one was with Mace Neufeld, Simon West directing, was The Deceivers. And there actually Sylvester Stallone had Psychic Warrior for a period of time until this was back in the days when he was doing Rambo and that kind of stuff. And they just
made a documentary of him.
I know. Yeah. I kid you not. They were asking the screenwriter, who was Kevin Duroni, I think was his name. I think he wrote and directed. He wrote a bunch of the Iron Eagle series and directed like Iron Eagle 3, something like that. And he's had his IMDb credits are big. He's done a lot of stuff, but he was writing it. And he goes, hey man, Sylvester Stallone's, they're looking at this. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. Because it was going to be, they're like, we got to change the whole second act or the third act because he's got to be in the tropics. Because, Sly's attraction is his body. So we got to get into the tropics where he can rip his T-shirt off and do all that stuff. Like, it's just remote viewing we're talking about. So Ted Fields, who's the guy that owned
here's Dave Morehouse, the remote viewer, bare-chested, wading through the swamp with 2 machine guns.
And a bandana on my head, right? In the snarl. So I was practicing it all. And so Ted Fields, who was the guy that owned Interscope at the time, he just looks at me and goes, mistake. We're going to get it back. So then they did, and it was not made into a feature film. But for like the last 4 years, I kid you not, they've had showrunner after showrunner, writing up trying to turn it into a television series, which I just, the person that was kind of representing it kept coming to me like, these writers really get it. And then I would look at the questions. I go, no, they don't get it. They really don't get it. I mean, I know they're telling you they got it, but I'm telling you, they don't get it at all. So find new showrunners. And they did. They found some really good guys, but I don't know what they bumped into. But you know, maybe it's just a story film doesn't want to tell right now, or television doesn't want to tell. Maybe it's passe. It's been around a while now, guys. You know, so
yeah, but
and
most
there've
people
been
don't know.
versions.
Like,
I mean,
more people than you think don't know about this. Like, I didn't know about your story until 2018. I didn't know about Lynn until I started following your story. Right. And I should have heard of Lynn. I should have heard of
damn
the
it,
whole
Lynn,
thing.
we've not been advertising well enough, you know. We should have.
I mean, Lynn was represented by George Clooney, for you know.
I still say that was a composite
Yeah,
character.
yeah, like 3 different people. I just remember the one I remember most, the scene I remember most vividly is when he walks through the room and all the computers shut off.
Yeah.
Right. That part of the composite was definitely you, even though it was the real thing was probably much worse. Right.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I was showing the computer program to the commanding generals of 12 different intel units, and the other guy that wanted to do the program, you know, gimmicked up my program, and I got flaming angry. Yeah, and I didn't just walk through a room. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just the lights blink down on every skiff in Europe, basically.
Hey, if I could just walk through a room and make all the computer and make all these things do what I want,
right?
Send me to any casino that has the slot machines. Send me there, right?
All right, Lynn, this one's for you.
Yeah,
this one's for you. So the that experience you had where you, and you know, if that happened to you today, well, I mean, it would have required you to leave everybody behind.
I was reading that, and I don't know the answer. My wife has passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that, Lynn. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I have my office here. I spend 95% of my life. I sleep in my office. I work in my office. I eat in my office, you know. And when I read this, my first response was, I don't know. I know they're not asking me to leave. They don't need an overweight 85-year-old pilot.
Oh yeah, they do. They're gonna whittle pieces of you off. You know.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna clone you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Here we go again, Lynn. It keeps coming back.
Oh gosh. See what you do, Lynn? You're gonna start calling you Dr. Doom the second. You keep that stuff.
Oh
up.
yeah.
Yeah. You know, he doesn't overplay it. He just
listen,
just
everybody's out there saying, you know, doom and gloom ahead and all that. And what I found was, from 2020 to 2040, there's going to be really, really bad times. And there's going to be thinning out of the population. Yeah. But that it results in better times than we could ever expect. And all anybody else is out there saying is, oh, doom and gloom and doom and gloom. No, that's what I found, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, there are certainly a lot of indicators in place for that, things that we're doing. Yeah. I mean, we're already working on
a quarter of the population wins the lottery. The other 3/4 die. Well, I mean, actually, you don't know if they die.
It's all the little things. It's the aggregate of all the little things we do. You know, the things where we, you know, now we're, you know, encouraging, you know, young men and women. You can blot this out at some other time if you want to, but encouraging young men and women
once it goes live, be careful. Once it's live.
Well, I don't. They can challenge me on all they want, but you know, you're causing, you know, large numbers of population that would have otherwise probably ended up just being, being gay, making the decision to be gay. And now you're taking them and turning them into, you're turning them into
you're doing
anorgasmic,
irreversible-
sterile people. Anorgasmic and sterile. That's what you're doing.
Well, you're
Think on that.
This is
people are in a period of confusion, right? In their lives.
Yeah.
This is,
And that's just one example. There are. So
yeah, this
if you're looking
this is a slight an aside thing. I was driving along the border wall, that separates Mexico from. This was this last week, and they have big signs up, and perfect example of woke speak. Okay. All along the border wall, they have these signs up saying, caution, be careful of unexpected pedestrians.
as in people running from south to north.
Yeah.
Speaking of unexpected pedestrians, did you see the 77-year-old G down in Panama yesterday? I mean, I'm just gonna keep this as brief as possible without any and try to control your facial expressions on this. So these climate activists have been blocking roads.
Yeah.
Well, there's a American lawyer, 77 years old, who's got up out of his car and just went and walked back into his car. Hey, cleared the road. But yeah, people are starting to crack.
Yeah, I agree. And
look, it's not good. It's not good.
No,
and
it isn't.
the gut feeling I had when he did that was not. You know where I'm going with this, dude.
Shoot someone or just shoot up in the air? Or...
No,
shot at them.
Yeah, he killed
shot at them, killed people.
He killed two people.
And people are reaching a break point with what they're being forced to accept as progressive and real and the way it ought to be, and and you can't tell the truth about it, whether you're a scientist or a psychiatrist or psychologist. You can't tell the truth. There's only those who are the purveyors of
what's happening is what's happening, and I'm trying to do this without being political, but there's kind of stifling of certain things that should be pretty obvious, right? But there's stifling of dissent. And when you stifle speech and dissent, what you do is you push even more dangerous ideas underground. You make them more intriguing to people. And you also, it's like compressing a spring. You don't have a release valve. So what you're starting to see, and when you don't let the police clear these roads, you don't let the police arrest people who are, robbing convenience stores. When you let people across the border, but you send an army to go after one veteran who assaulted a police officer on January 6th, right? You're pushing all those signals underground. And what happens is they spontaneously explode like this. And that's probably leads into what you're seeing.
Absolutely it does. And it's not new.
Lynn, I can't hear you.
You're still silent. You're muted, Lynn. You're muted somewhere. There you go.
It's probably not plugged in or something. Yeah.
No, just my microphone wore out. The battery ran out. I got a new one. No, I think that all of this, the powers that be, I think the end goal of that is to cause the
thing you saw to happen.
The kickback. Yeah. I think it's to cause the revolution or the rebelling. Yeah. I think that's the end goal, because that's the worst possible way to solve it.
And it'll the rebellion of violence will be it's going to happen. It's already happening, but it's
And I want to be very clear
it's
though. We're
happened
not
before. Yeah, we're not.
we don't support violence. We don't
no.
support quote unquote
Not at
rebellion.
all.
We're not even saying
It's
But
the
it's
worst
it's going to occur because,
result. Yeah.
as you said, it's a pressure cooker, and you're going to see more of it, and then it's going to change.
Yeah.
but it's
going to
spontaneous and
change.
not organized. Like it's like just
It is
spontaneous.
spontaneous. Well,
I
there may
think
be factions that are attempting to organize it. There's certainly, you're seeing that right now on college campuses, and you're seeing it in other places where it's occurring, and it's, you know, it's all part of something that has been in place for a very long time.
Yeah.
And was first tried out. You know, I told you this. I mean, it all started with Francis Willard, you know.
Yeah. And violence is the worst possible solution. There are better solutions that are being prevented. Yeah.
It's
When you say the powers that be, Lynn, are kind of encouraged, is this because they have the intelligence that was that was provided by you with your remote viewing session and Stefan Schwartz, and they want to somehow steer it?
I think this started long before any of us. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but anyway, I'm trying to avoid like a, saying, but you're seeing these spontaneous acts of people who just are breaking. And it's sad to see. And
Anything spontaneous has something led up to it. It's not spontaneous.
Right.
There are no spontaneous things.
No, they're being, we're conditioning, the collective society in various nations to be capable of responding in this capability. And then we're paying attention to the wrong things. It'll be, then we need to disarm them. I mean, good God, man, if people, there's a tyrant's playbook. And if you haven't ever read the tyrant's playbook, then you're stupid. So you should, before you start opening your mouth about, the solutions, these kinds of things, maybe educate yourself and study, what's caused this, because what you're seeing is not new, and it is not new.
It's just like, it's very similar to the Cultural Revolution. In
Absolutely.
China. I mean, it's not as extreme, but there are echoes of it in terms of,
it always changes.
Denouncing people, cancellations,
gets a new face, and a new causes and purposes and new extremes and new interpretations and understandings. But what we're experiencing is not new, and it won't be the last time we experience it either.
No.
Hopefully, well, not hopefully. I mean, I would love to be able to live to see another full series of turnings, but that's not going to happen. Not if they take 35 years for a rebuilding phase, sustainment phase, unraveling phase, and the next destructive phase. But at this point, I just want to keep your nose clean and don't get snuffed out in the during the destructive phase before we get into a rebuilding phase.
I think the last should have
asked me about will there be any survivors, and I say if you want there to be survivors, be one.
Yeah. Don't buy gold. It's too heavy to carry in your go bag.
That's what we were talking about this. Like, that's the last thing you need in a situation like that. Like,
exactly. I mean, I keep telling people that they're like, no, gold.
It's worthless.
Got to get gold.
Right.
It's like, what do you think you're going to do? You're going to pull up to a gas station somewhere with some John Henry out there, and you're going to throw up a couple of cougar ends and say, I need to fill up. Are you cool with it? He's probably shoot you in the back of the head when you turn around to go to the pump. It's like everything collapses to that point that you're relying on the gold coins that you bought for the last 30 years to pay your way, through survival. You're in deep shit. At that point, it's like, save it for ammo and can openers.
I think the next shoe to drop is in March or April. I think China's going to make a run at Taiwan. And then when that happens,
I think you're probably right. And Putin is not going to stop where Putin is. I mean, he's getting his ass handed to him by the Ukrainians because there's some conviction there. Well, I think the ratios are like 10-1 right now. Maybe they're altering.
Oh, in losses. Yeah,
I think losses.
Yeah.
no
The
thanks to us.
counteroffensive was
No thanks to us. But if I know, you've got to be really clear on what that tyrant is doing. He's the new czar of Russia. Don't make any mistake about that. And his intent is to reform the Soviet Union. He's made that very clear to the Russian people. And of course, the last 70 some odd years, you've been a communist state, which is basically a state welfare program. You have to make clocks. You used to be a school teacher, but now you assemble clocks in the clock factory. And it's not very good clocks either. You can't export them. Nobody wants them. But hey, Russians will use them. So, it's like, what cars did they ever export other than to some other program, country that couldn't make their own? The Lada was not a desirable automobile, nor were there trucks or anything else. But anyway, you get the point. It's like, he's not going to stop there, and he's going to keep going. It's why, some of the other former Soviet countries are like, Jesus, if we don't get any help from NATO, which we're not, or the United States, if we get on his wrong side, we'll be next. Yeah. So you want to see that happen again, and then deal with the repercussions of that as a globe, and as a participant in this, as it goes round and round. You think that that's okay for it to go back to that, then okay, well, you and I didn't grow up and we're not cut from the same bolt of cloth, because guys like Lynn and I, as Cold War warriors, fought for 20 years of our lives to make sure that kind of stuff didn't happen again. And you too,
well,
even
the last 20 years, right? Like people are like rooting for Hamas. Like, excuse me, but what the fuck? Like,
I brought this up when I just read a report that had been, there was a report that came out that talked
separating
about
how
how
much
money
from Hamas, right? Like
from Saudi Arabia, from Iran, from Qatar, and a number of other countries that support terrorist activity in one form or another. How they're paying, like Harvard and Yale and a whole bunch of other universities, that they now list these universities, and it's to the tune of billions of dollars are being put in there. And this is why when a university there's the anti-Semitism has now escalated, and they're threatening the lives of Jewish people or people of Jewish descent,
or just trying to go to class,
just trying to bring in a conservative opinion about something. It's not being allowed, and the school will do nothing to quiet down or tamp down the the Hamas, the pro-Palestinian, demonstrations. It's crazy. But now it's like I always say, follow the money. Follow the money.
Fair, to put credit where credit is due, those demonstrations in the United States, I can't speak for any. I'm not going to speak for any other country. Have been surprisingly peaceful as compared to the 2020 summer of peace, right? So they've been surprisingly peaceful, which is it's better than nothing. But anyway, we should probably talk about
we have
probably talk about flat Earth again, or
we've slightly got
Lynn driving alien sports cars or something else like that.
All right. Oh yeah, Dave's gonna love this one.
Oh God.
Yeah, I from your reactions, I think we'll just pass.
There's a reason why I've never been on that guy's rate. I've never been interviewed by that guy.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. I've interviewed. He's a genuine.
Your heart is much fuller than mine, Sean. I'm like, nah, nah.
Well, he did. The approach was a little bit not ideal. Yeah. But I'll talk to him offline at some point and kind of give him some
protocol lessons. Don't call somebody a liar in your opening sentence, and then whatever.
He did it in a very British way, right?
In a very stupid way is what he did.
Like just a statement of as if it were fact. But
fact.
But I don't think.
Let's hey, Lynn. Lynn, I got to ask you this question.
Okay.
Did we get a manual when we about remote coordinate remote viewing when we walked into the unit?
We got Paul Smith's manual, which
I never got Paul Smith's manual, which was what, the 12-page version or the 23-page version?
The 23-page version. I wrote 18 more pages, and it was never allowed to be in there because Paul stopped it. But Army
Did you know
manual,
that I wrote a
Army
big manual
did not have
before
a
I
single
left?
author.
Yeah.
Yeah, Army manuals don't have a single author, but this is Paul Smith's manual. Yeah.
Yeah, which is not a manual at all. It's a
No,
it's a
it's not a
freaking
manual.
training outline. And
Well,
when I
it
walked
was-
in there, when I was getting trained, I asked, was there a training
Easy, guys. Easy, guys. Kumbaya.
No, we're
Kumbaya.
just laying this out. I want to be really clear on this. Was there a
Right.
training outline? Was there a program of instruction, and was there a manual? And the answer to all three of those questions given to me was no. I said, there's no manual. And I was, Gabrielle and Dames were the ones that, and damn it, I keep forgetting his name. The program director there.
Fern Gavin.
Fern, yes, thank you. All three of them were like, no. I go, seriously? They're like, no, we don't have one.
Yeah,
Well,
Fern-
not one we're going to give you right now. It needs a lot of work. And that was what I was told. So
Okay, so the
Fern-
manual was kind of in process, but it wasn't. It wasn't.
It was
like,
basically it was
yeah.
basically sort of an information type thing, so that some general coming in could hand it to his assistant.
here's
and
an
say, "Learn
outline
this,
of what
learn
is
this."
done here, but it
Yeah,
wasn't a
yeah.
training manual. It didn't have any of those things. And I
No.
didn't even see it until after the fact, like when it was released under the FOIA. I never saw it, was never given it there, despite asking for something like that many times, until I was asked to actually write one by Fern. And that never made it out of Fern's hands either, because for the same reason yours didn't win. So it was not there. And so if there was a manual, the fact that somebody had an outline that was basically a brochure to give to VIPs about what was going on in the unit, that's not a training manual. So
it covered 1 through 5, stages 1 through 5, and I think it had half a page on one.
Well, I find that really interesting that Paul did 1 through 5, since he admitted that he was only trained by Ingo 1 through 3.
I know.
Yeah, but keep in mind though, Ingo kept like revising it, right? So 1 through 3 was all there was at one point, right? So that I think that's the reconciliation.
He had all of it. He just was very careful about who he released all of that to. He told me to my face that with Ed, he was very frustrated with Ed, who again, Lynn and I both.
All right, easy guys. This is going out into the world. It's going out into the world.
I got it.
So.
But he told me that he stopped him at 3.
He did.
But
I heard
that wasn't a bad. I understood it, but he just was. Ingo was very opinionated about people. And he erred to the side of negativity. I mean, he just did. It's how he was. So if he had a bone to pick with somebody, he was really quick to just throw that out there and say, you've got limits. Now, I never thought that Ed had limits. And Ed was the guy that taught me, was there. He didn't teach it to me, but he was there for a lot of the science, because he could answer the science questions that I would ask. And Gabrielle could not, but he could. And certainly Mel could not, but he could. So he was good at that. But there were all of the stages existed. He just didn't throw them all out there.
Last time I talked to Ingo, he said that he had developed up through stage 18. And
that would have been a nightmare.
He invited me to come to New York for 6 months. He said, I want a dedicated 6 months. I'll teach you up through stage 11. But nobody gets it after that. Nobody gets 12 on. But he said that he'd developed up through stage 18. But
sounds like it might have been like L. Ron Hubbard's final chapter.
Lynn, with all 18 stages and all that fine art, how could anyone refuse?
My mother was
in the brownstone.
My mother was in the process of dying at the time, and my wife was extremely ill. I couldn't go.
Were you out of the Army then? Or were
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were retired. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And he called and he offered me 6 months of training and I couldn't go.
Yeah.
I
That's too
wish I
bad.
could have. Yeah.
And he
That
doesn't
would have
seem
been
like one of those
interesting.
guys that you would have been able to negotiate with either. Like, can I delay it? He seemed like one of those guys that just like has to be
No,
like right away.
No, he
Right?
was not that way. He was extraordinarily opinionated and, you know, a very smart, creative, you know, person, but very, very
It was
temperamental.
always said that
well.
it was said that it's a high mark in your life when you're passed out by ego.
Yeah, he was really intelligent and very creative and very sure of that about himself, and kind of saw there was Ingo and Ingo's plane, and then there was the rest of us on this planet.
When
It's
I
kind of
first
the
met
sense we got
Ingo, Brian Busby took me up there to retrieve some Army stuff that he had, and we went out to dinner, and Brian said, "Oh, Lynn's a member of Mensa. He's pretty smart." And Ingo said, "I'm smarter than you are." And so I turned around to Ingo and I said, "You can't prove that because I can prove it. I've got the score that shows I'm smarter than you are." And that started the argument between us. And we, you know how two friends just battle back and forth against.
Well, I'm
Lyn,
smarter than both of you because I was smart enough not to pay Mensa monthly dues. So there you go.
Yeah.
Well, Lyn, you should look. I know you wouldn't say it on your own, but I'm gonna ask you because I think people should know because I think you told me this in private. But what was your IQ? It's like it's ridiculous.
I don't know which
two different measurements
and the others, but in the Mensa they give you a percentage, and I'm at 99.4% percentile of the IQ. So what that translates with to IQ on the other,
so
I have no idea.
It's greater than 2 standard deviations at least.
Yeah,
in the mean.
And in my opinion, your IQ tells your ability to pass an IQ test. That's all it does. I mean, it's, you ought to see some of the stupid things I do. No, you shouldn't really, but
everybody does stupid things. All right, let me see. Oh yeah, Lyn, I never heard this. So, I mean, you've had a lot of crazy remote viewing experiences, so I never heard this one before.
When I was tasked to view.
And did you just finish reading Dune before you did the session?
No. What I found was there were some worm-like things underground, and one of it was the Sidera. I mean the
lava tubes.
No, the
Cydonia?
region where the pyramids are. What's that called?
Cydonia. It's either Cydonia,
yeah.
And there's another one that's called like Galaxis.
Yeah, but this was underground in one of the
Chaos or
pyramids, and there were these worm-like things. And there's a thing called forget the English one term now. But you can show up at the target at the size of the target. You can be small or you can be extremely large. You will
keyholing.
You can tend to adjust yourself to the target. And so I found these worm-like things that were alive. And as I was viewing them, they were about my size. Now, was I their size? That's the question. And so I have no real idea what size they were. I just viewed some worm-like live things underground at that spot. Yeah.
Well, I think you mentioned that in a previous interview too, Dave, where you would see these things like when you're remote viewing other civilizations, but you have no way to measure scale,
That's right.
size,
Yeah.
and scale.
Yeah.
Not if something you're looking at, you have no, it's not in your experience Rolodex. I mean, most of us can, when we see elements of a particular target now, we can relate to that based on our experiences, and we understand what size it is, and then what our size would be relative to that size, or to that object, or something else within reason. But yeah, if you're detecting, decoding, and objectifying the waveform expression of something that's outside your experience Rolodex, it's an often thing. Viewers don't have the language to describe what it is they're looking at. So it's not that they will, it's not that they won't come up with something, because your brain will come up with it as fast as it can, and it'll throw out a possibility. It'll toss it into something. It'll pigeonhole it as something and throw it out there, which is why you can't be trusting of things that show up like that. Yeah. It's a form of data. And it's okay. It's not bad. You're not trying to run away from it. You're just trying to control it, and unfold it, unpackage it in the right way, not just let it roll over you. But viewers can do that. They won't understand what they're seeing, or what they're seeing, or where it is, or how it equates to the physical world, four-dimensional world that we're in.
And the descriptors I was given, I didn't name worms. Okay, I never said worms. That's a noun. I don't do that. I was describing these long, tubular, segmented things that were moving, and all this. And when it was cued for size, I said, "Well, about my size." So, but that aspect of when you view something that's really not in your cognitron, you will tend to adjust to the target in size, or in meaning, or whatever, just so that your mind can deal with it. Yeah.
All right. Remote viewing a war breaking out in the Korean Peninsula. I mean, aren't the North Koreans sending all their weapons to Russia now?
Well, again, to answer that question from my perspective as a remote viewer, no, because if I were looking at that, it would just be a potential, and that potential can be skewed from a cone of probabilities, or a distribution concept affected by collective and individual variables. But if you just look at it from a geopolitical perspective, might they attempt it? Yeah, given the current climate of what's happening, where the United States is not stepping up and saying that we will do what we can to stop that kind of thing. When, unfortunately, the planet is this way, and the human condition and human nature is this way. And when tyrants move into positions, and if you don't think that North Korea, China, and Russia are controlled by tyrants, then your head's stuck somewhere it shouldn't be, because that's exactly what they are. And they have an objective in mind, and it's not just comfortable living. It is what tyrants do, to continue to try to dominate and collect more and do what they can do. And there's no sign of them stopping. Now, would North Korea be, the first across the DMZ to head into the South to perpetrate some, attack in an attack formation? No. But if Russia continues to work toward the West, and if China initiates, I assure you that it's probably a 90% plus chance that the Korea will seize the opportunity to do that. And you'll find more things in the Middle East that will do it. I just read a statistic that said something like did you know this, Sean? There's been 128 or 138 attacks on U.S. military installations in the Middle East, like in Iraq, Syria, and other places.
Is that how many? I know there's been attacks, but I didn't realize
128 or 138 in the last month and a half, 2 months. that number is, I'm sorry, I don't remember it precisely, but it's 128 or 138 attacks.
Well, there's two
Yeah,
carriers.
if you don't think that, things are getting a little bit dicey out there, they are getting a little bit dicey, and we are standing right on the precipice. And as long as everybody thinks we'll do nothing, that's when tyrants will leap.
That's right.
What I'm worried about is if you see a third carrier arrive and it's near the Persian Gulf, we're attacking Iran. And I mean like their nuclear program, we're just going to take it out.
Yeah.
So
hey, there is something we can do about it, though. We can pull our troops out and leave all our planes and tanks in there, for whoever takes over.
With instruction manuals.
With instruction manuals, yeah.
And spare parts.
And spare parts.
although,
we're at it,
although to be fair, the
full
Taliban was
limit.
fighting the Iranians for a little bit. They were
Oh man. Yeah.
But it literally all started with that. Like that was just, and I think even the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time, Milley, who I'm not a big fan of, however, he did tell the president that you might want to just, slow it down a little bit. And the president apparently said, no, I want everybody out by September 11th. And as a result, this whole cascade of events, it just signaled weakness. And then,
yeah. And I know that most of our listeners tonight don't get that. It's like, I mean, maybe they do, and I'm not trying to downplay their awareness of things at all. It's just you talk to young people today, and I suspect that most of them are fairly young people. They don't have a real grasp of what's happening in the geopolitical front. I'm sure a certain percentage of them
some of them do. Right.
But they don't understand the history.
They're just not currently working in the. They're just not currently working in this administration.
Well, they're certainly not going to be told these things either at university level. Academia is completely selling a different story about this stuff. I know. I know.
Oh, David, you used to work with the current Secretary of Defense. You can assess.
Yeah. But the public is fully informed.
Yes.
Yeah, the public is fully informed about Taylor Swift.
Yes. It's very important. Who she's dating. Yeah, who she's dating. Yeah. And
yeah.
I mean, China does that thing. They're having recruiting difficulties for a number of reasons. Some just Americans are, little overweight.
Do we answer? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I was just reading.
No. Interrupt. No, you got to keep, because we're getting off track.
I can answer that, Gary, from my perspective, and that was, as I understood it, no. The answer to that question was no. Yeah. Basically, they were looking. I don't have the question is, were there any personality characteristics that the Army looked recruited for when the original unit was being formed? Lynn can answer that better from his perspective, but in his time frame. But for me, no. They were just looking basically at anybody that had I got recruited by a lieutenant colonel psychologist who I just shared a story with him about what happened in the desert when I got zinged in the helmet by a machine gun bullet in that kind of nightmarish experience that I had. And the fact that I'd had similar experiences like 2 or 3 other times after that, and I just didn't know what it was. Yeah. Well, that was enough for him to recruit me into the program over a period of like 6 months, and then, position me in the doorway there and send me there. But it wasn't like a particular profile, because from what I understand, it was established at SRI International pretty early on that everybody had this ability. It was just a matter of who was willing to be trained to do it.
The only requisite that I really know of, I was recruited by a general and just stuck in the unit as a afterthought because he couldn't put me in the unit he wanted. But when I first got there, they said, well, there is a requirement. You have to take a psychological test. So, and this was from the very beginning. And so I think that was the one requirement. They didn't want crazy people in there.
Yeah, I had to take that at Royal Cape, or the activity, when I came out of the Ranger Battalion and went to the activity. I had to take all the 500 question, Myers-Briggs, and the short form Myers-Briggs, and the interview, and the other thing, that you had to go through to establish that you weren't a loon, at least to begin with.
Yeah.
They understood that might happen, as a result of what you're getting ready to do. But I mean, at Royal Cape, but yeah, they wanted to establish a mean, for a baseline, I should say, a baseline of your
little
emotional stability.
Little anecdote. One time, the staff psychologist called down to the unit. This is after I'd been there a while, and said, "There's Buchanan there, and I want to see him in private." And he came down to the unit from DC. Asked, I forget who was the director at the time, asked them to leave the office so that we could talk together. And I thought, what have I done in all this, And he opened his satchel and he said, "I'm taking a programming class in computers, and it's kicking my butt. Can you help me with this homework?"
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, that happened to me once, and not that in particular, but something like that. And it only needs to happen once before you learn. But I was right after armor officer basic course. I was like snowbirding for like blackbirding snow. I can't remember which was which, but I had like 2 to 3 weeks to kill. And this captain, and at the time, I think I'm a second lieutenant, says something like, "Does anybody know computers? And I don't mean just like know how to use them, but has a degree in that shit." And I'm like, "I have a electrical engineering degree from Stanford." And it's just like, "All right, come on." And then and basically I volunteered to inventory every computer in that unit.
Oh, great.
You know how it is. But then you use it on other people. It's just like, hey, you go to your platoon. Hey, who knows how to drive a Ferrari? And everybody's like, oh. And you're like, okay, you and you. Okay, take out the trash.
Yeah.
Right? You get volunteers. You get volunteers for everything. All right. Next question. I mean, Lynn can answer this one, right? Like, in addition to remote viewing, like what other abilities?
Well, that question needs more clarity. Maybe vague ideas. Maybe that's the reason.
You have all kinds of, you have all kinds of abilities. Some people have math abilities. Some people, some people are intuitive. Some people have math abilities. Some people have artistic abilities. Yeah. And this is the thing: the controlled remote viewing doesn't give you the ability to be psychic. You already are psychic. You already have that ability. It just teaches you how to access it. And, you have a lot of people who have never drawn a picture in their life. They take an art course and they wind up good artists.
Yeah.
So
my answer to that question would be, the God-given abilities that the question is being asked is said, I tell people that there are descriptors, or there's language, there are words that were they're ancient Latin that were written long before the King James version of the Bible existed.
Oh, is this like Intuitus and
no, this is
it's
ancient Latin that where the words omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent. Okay. And of course, when you use the term eternal, you're talking about the second law of thermodynamics, where energy cannot be created or corrupted or destroyed. But in terms of omnipresent, we're just, again, that's just, look, is there some place in scriptural text or other text, from the ancient Latin or something else that says, that all human beings are omnipotent, omniscient, and, omnipresent? No. So where is that coming from? Well, you're looking at everything we're doing in remote viewing. One of the things that we've been trying to do for decades and decades is to try to find ways to explain to people what you're doing and how you're doing it and why you're able to do what we're telling you can do. Because people don't, particularly in this day and age, they don't accept you just saying, if you do this and this, then this. I mean, that's kind of as simple as it is. But we've now been for decades borrowing on quantum mechanical interpretations.
Yeah.
And that's quantum mechanical physics, which, by the way, was not readily accepted by, Albert Einstein, because he didn't think that quantum mechanical physicists did enough work and weren't working hard enough to explain things. But aside from classical physics and classical interpretations of physics, which is kind of a one-sided perspective on things, in my opinion, and it is often fallible, but they refuse to accept it because it's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
But the quantum mechanical perspective, some of the greatest minds are working in, you can either work in theoretical or you can work in on the practical side of it, an experimental physicist. And experimental physicists think that their job is to prove the theoretical physicists wrong. It's to throw out the theories that don't work and find the ones that do. And that's kind of the dynamic that goes on between them. But what you need to understand is that the greatest physicists on both sides of that fence, and even in the quantum mechanical physicists, the greatest of them, truly the greatest, like the Temple Award winners and things like that, and even Nobel Prize winners, these are individuals that will tell you, they will stand flat-footed in front of a crowd and say, here's what we know. So you're talking about, the many worlds theories and string theory and all these other things. Yeah. So it all sounds good and it works for us because we have the mathematical proofs to back up our work, but it might all be shit tomorrow because it's all based on what we know now or what we think we know now. And we can build the proofs to support that and sustain it, but it may not be right tomorrow. And literally a new piece of the variable comes in, it changes the entire equation and the whole outcome is different. But still, so what they will say to you is that even quantum mechanical physics is interpretations. It's interpretations of data or things that we think we know right now. And
it's interpretation. It's a model of reality that is subject to change.
And it's subject to change, as everything in science is, even classical physics, which they really hate to hear people say that, but it is true. And it turns out to be true often for them. So here we're now in this realm of trying to teach remote viewing and offer some explanation and some scientific basis for the understanding of what it is you're doing and how you'd be capable of doing that. So we are borrowing interpretations from quantum mechanical physics, and we are using it as interpretations, not absolutes by any stretch of imagination, but as interpretations for quantum mind. Okay? And so in the quantum world and understanding how the quantum world functions, we can adopt interpretations of like omnipresence. Now, how can we do that? And that'll answer the other questions. But how can you do that? Well, in particle wave theory, it says that everything exists in wave form until it is observed. Now, in physics, observing it means measuring it. Okay. It's not like you're like, I caught you. I caught the particle wave theory. No, it is. It is when it's observed. Usually, it's observed, by some measurement device. That's what it's doing on an oscilloscope or something else. And what you'll get is a waveform. But when it's measured, that waveform it coalesces into a position, and it can now. That's called an observed position. You call that position 1 for this example. When you stop measuring it, it decoheres back into waveform. When you measure it again, it coalesces back up again. When you stop measuring it, it decoheres the waveform again, and it exists in waveform. In quantum mechanical interpretation of that, a classical interpretation of it would be to go from position 1 to position 2, the waveform travels by the most direct path. A quantum mechanical interpretation of that says that to get from this position to this position, the waveform travels by every possible path. Now, this is the thing you have to get your head wrapped around. Every possible path means that it is omnidirectional. And if it's omnidirectional, it's omnipresent. So this is why when you get into an interpretation or an understanding of what a hologram is and holograms formed, it helps you understand how any place can have all of the waveform information wherever it is. And you are already part of that, because at the quantum level, you are the same thing. 99.9% space, all filled with waveform. You are waveform in and amongst all the rest of that waveform. And that allows you to grasp this notion of being omnipresent. You are everywhere all the time. Yeah, there's an agreement in us that says that what we're looking at, what we're seeing is observed, right, and measured. We're still doing this. No, you're not sober. Or I'm not, or I am.
Let me interrupt here and let me put a different thing on this God-given abilities, okay? If God gives you an ability, I'm a Methodist minister, and I face this conflict of how can you be psychic in a minute, you know, and all this at the same time. If God gives you an ability, I'm going in the religious, you know, God wants you to have that ability and wants you to use it for good, okay? And you don't use it, for me, that's the sin. And the fact is, the church discipline of so many churches says, oh, it's of Satan and it's all this other stuff. If it's a God-given ability, then use it. It really is okay to be psychic. It's not a sin. Okay? And let me just address that whole God-given ability from that angle. The scientific angle is one, the religious angle is another. You know, there are many angles to answer that question from. Yeah.
All right. Any
I just want to finish that, my thought on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
That if you're understanding and tracking where we're going with it, sober or not, if you are omnipresent and if you are omnidirectional as a waveform, then so is everything else. And that then means that you are omnipresent. It also means that you are omniscient. It means that you have access to the waveform expression of everything, and omniscient means knowing everything. So can you tap into an interpretation of everything, no matter where it might be within the, let's just say, the universe? Yes, you can. And if you are capable of doing that, then you have unlimited power, not meaning unlimited power like to destroy worlds and other things. But then again, maybe it does mean that, but you certainly have unlimited power, and you are able to do, understand, participate in, see, read, feel anything. And that makes you omnipotent. Now, all those words were used to describe human abilities in relation to certain things, and some of it was given to deities and other stuff, but then it has now been stripped away, and it's used to describe something that you are told you're not that. You have to have faith that one day you could have that or something if you behave in this certain way. And I don't ascribe to that. I ascribe to the notion that you are all here with that ability. Now, if the question was asking, what is David talking about beyond that? Okay, well, there are 72 other, variations of alleged or real or perceived human ability, from presentient sentiment to sixth sense, vision, sightedness, clairaudience, voyance, sentience, cognition, apportation, astral projection, mental projection, automatic writing. And I just went through 12 of them. So it goes down a list of 72 things that are out there. And do any of those have anything to do with? I think none of those could exist if you didn't first have this foundation of understanding of omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and eternal. If you understand those four things and how that defines you, the rest of this stuff is just a variation of manifestations of abilities. And various abilities have risen and percolated up, and people discover it all the time. Some discover it early on. Some have nurturing parents who encourage it. Some grow up in cultures where it's encouraged. Others grow up in cultures and in times where the manifestation of any of those things got you dragged out and burned at the stake, or hung, or thrown in a river with rocks around it, you know, that kind of stuff. You could be persecuted for it. So it's changed over time, and it's changed over what the global society has been willing to accept and not. And there are still places on this planet where you could get ended for talking about those kinds of things, because it's not part of the doctrine that you're being fed about God or about some other belief structure. But just understand that if the question was like, what about those things? That is where you've got to flip your discernment switch on and say to yourself, which of these do I really think are real? And don't pull up a YouTube video of some guy putting in an A-B component, combustion component together and starting a fire in his hands, and then argue with me about the fact that this guy's not a pyrokinetic. It's like, get the hell out of here. You know, no, he didn't start a fire in his hand. It's simple high school chemistry. Okay. You rub your hand in one thing and another thing, put your hands together. And I mean, I had friends in high school who were building explosives doing that, where you could you know, you could paint the back of the guy's tire with the stuff we were creating,
which we don't encourage or condone.
No, we don't. We don't. And he would back up and his tire would go boom, you know? So yeah, I mean, it's high school chemistry stuff, but then people turn around and go, no. I saw Wu Chung Wo, you know, start a fire in his hands. No, you didn't. You saw Wu Chung Wo pull a simple magic trick, and now you're running around telling everybody it really happens. You know, pyrokinetics are real. No, they're not. Not unless you're in Firestarter and the Fury or something like that. Then it works. Anyway, that's the end of my rant on that. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours, gentlemen. So
everybody's leaving.
And yeah. So
well,
I definitely
thank you. I just want to say thank you, Sean, for making this happen. Lynn, it is so good to see you, my friend, my brother.
Oh yeah, and, absolutely. Let's stay in touch. I mean, you know, we live on the same flat planet.
We're on this same flat planet. Yeah, it should be no problem for me to get over there. I've got my flat planet clock. Got my flat Earth clock.
Hey, if you're ever this way, the coffee's hot.
Where are you, in Texas, or where are you?
New Mexico.
New Mexico. But I'll actually be out there in December. I'll be there in December. I've got another.
Hey, stop by.
You know, got another project that I'm doing out there. Another TV thing I'm doing.
Like I say, the welcome mat's right side up.
Thank you, brother.
I mean, you should do something with what is it? And I'm not remembering the portals, Pueblo,
Chaco Canyon.
Chaco Canyon.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know that story?
I just did that with it was just on the Unexplained.
When is that
going to 39 minutes of me talking got whittled down to like 2 10-second sound bites.
Oh yeah.
I'm good with it, you know. They paid for my spaghetti, you know.
Did it go out yet? So it came out already?
Yeah, it just aired.
Okay.
The start of the new season.
I watch it on
episode 1, I think.
I watch it on Hulu and Netflix, but I haven't seen it. What is season 5? Is it?
Whatever season it is, yeah, whatever the brand new season it just started. So I think it was episode 1. I think.
What show is it?
The Unexplained with
The Unexplained with William Shatner.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I you know, in that video, I look surprising too. It makes me very uncomfortable. I look very much like him.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're svelter. You're much svelter than
So are you playing William Shatner, or is he playing you?
No, neither. I'm just I'm another one of the argumentative talking heads on the show. Going like, yeah, no, and they cut out most of my, bad mouthing archaeologists and all the other stuff. Like, they're.
Well,
like,
I mean, there's more and more of these discoveries they're making right now. Like,
they just have. They're so.
And like,
they're just so ridiculous. I mean, it's highly interpretive anyway. I told you I took an archaeology class and I just walked away going, okay, I see what this isn't. But this was like in college. But they come up with these things like they think it's an insult that people talk about the fact that there may have been otherworldly influence in the entire Pueblo and Anasazi at that time, the Anasazi Nation, like in the way they laid out the buildings and stuff. It's all about, there are spirals and all this other stuff. And they're going, oh, it's just a calendar marking, the solstice and these other things and the equinox and that stuff. And you had, they're going, well, you're just insulting the people, the people, because you're saying that they couldn't have done this stuff without alien influences. And I'm going, I'm not saying that. You're the one that says that they're laying it all out in relation to, the stars within millimeters of buildings, kilometers apart. But yet you're saying that they weren't smart enough to come up with a wheel. They didn't have a wheel, but they could lay all this stuff out. We're not saying anything. We're just, bucking up against the two wrong arguments.
And there may have even been a much more advanced human civilization that was wiped out in a cataclysm.
Absolutely. And, I mean, nobody knows. They just,
right.
Season 6, episode 3, I'm being told. Season 6, episode 3.
Okay.
For the
all right. I think Hulu's probably 1 or 2 seasons behind. That's why I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
anyway, it was fun.
Yeah. Before we go, Lynn, Dave, what's kind of next for you, and where can people spend a little money, send a little money your way in terms of classes and books and things like that? So it's pitch time.
Yeah, we
both out of that one. It's not what I do full time anymore. So
what's your URL for your classes?
I stopped teaching classes in 2005, I think.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stopped teaching because the war was on, and I formed a tactical combat casualty care company that kind of became the largest one training. We're doing at its peak, we're doing 26,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines.
Yeah. I thought you said you still have an online class.
I do. No. I didn't say that. I didn't say explain it. No, I don't actually own that website. That's a former stepson that actually owns that website and does that.
It's just
and
like
I don't
recordings.
endorse it. Yeah, it's just recordings. And I don't endorse it, and I don't recommend that people go there and do that. I do not. There's davidmorehouse.org, which is an entire new website, and it hasn't been launched yet. It's because I just want to make sure that it's what I want it to be before it goes out and it gets published.
Yeah.
But that'll be there. And I know that I'm going to be teaching classes again. It'll start, I don't know how many months it'll start. And then I also am going to be teaching with a group called Upgrade. That'll be the different level of class, not a different level in class in terms of skill set, but just a different level of class in terms of clientele. These are people they have deep pockets and they will pay Upgrade, to do stuff. My classes are going to be reasonably priced for normal people. The other one's not normal people. And so the davidmorehouse.org, that'll be up there and it'll be there soon, and everybody can look at that. And then of course there's the YouTube channel that where I steal everything that Sean does for me.
You don't steal anything. Like
I know they go to you. I know.
Yeah, you're sending me
that's-
traffic, and you're sending everybody who interviews you traffic too. By the way, when is the Danny the guy Sarfati just called a dumb, you know what, poor guy. The Danny interview, concrete.
Oh yeah. I don't know. He told me after I did it, he said we're like 8 weeks out, so I'll let you know. Well, I think that was just before I went to Boise, you know, to handle all that stuff there with a friend. And so I don't know. You know, I don't know when that it's going to air. I kind of, you know, they're happening so fast. It's one of those things where you kind of lose track of it. And I haven't looked. I don't know. But the YouTube channel is www.youtube.com/@David Morehouse 1, the number 1. And so that has everything that I've done since the beginning of Earth, I think. So
also, if you go to my YouTube channel and just go down to channels, it's there. You can just click on it. It's one of the channels I have on my
oh, that's
site,
cool.
so.
And we've done like 25. We've done like 25
we?
shows together. I think so. Yeah. I was told that recently.
I think Lyn's like not a close second, but Lyn's up there too.
Well, my URL is crviewer.com. And it leads to my online courses. I'm still teaching all levels of CRV. And that's basically what I'm doing these days. Is teaching CRV.
Did I get it right? Did I screw it up? Is that right?
crviewer.com. Yeah.
There you go. Right.
And down at the bottom is a link that will take you to a free sign up, free, and it doesn't take your name or anything else. It just talks to you about what it is, what it isn't, and if what it isn't is what you're wanting, go somewhere else. You know, and you know, because one thing I don't want to deal with it. So it actually kind of tries to warn people off of taking the CRV by telling them what it isn't. And if this is what you're looking for, then you're not going to find it here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, gentlemen.
All right, Lance. So good to see you, brother. Sean, thank you, brother. Thank you.
And seriously, you two should have each other's email. If you don't, just, you know, let me know what you want to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give it here, but we'll give it to each other.
No. We're not going to give it here. But like, it's been 34 years. It's good.
I'll end up getting all sort of penis enlargement things if we say it over the, air here. There'll be penis enlargement ads coming. Then I'll get all these chicks that are signing me up at LinkedIn saying on LinkedIn, hey, looked at your profile. Thought we might get together.
Yeah.
Delete. So, you know, anyway.
All right, gentlemen.
Guys.
You have
Thanks,
a fantastic
Gary.
night.
John,
Gary at Timepiece Adventures.
Thank you, Lynn.
He's got a
Thank
good
you,
YouTube
David.
channel. All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
good night. We'll see you.